Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can mine, can mine. How can mine your energy? That's right. How can mine sanity? Only you can make the change. How can mine shine your energy? How can mine shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah, and you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome to Zacharias Energy. And listen, guys, it's a lot going on. You have Iran threatening nuclear war on us. But I would like to talk about something a little bit different than the Epstein, the Trump, and all this other crazy stuff. There are things that are hidden in this world. This world is not what we think it is. And as time goes on, I'm starting to really feel like there is something going on way deeper than what we all imagine, right? So I want to bring up this video. There's a IRL streamer that actually gets to talking about. He actually gets to go to Antarctica. It costs, by the way, $100,000, I think up to $1 million to actually take that trip. I think it's from like South America to Antarctica. And it's interesting that why does it cost so much? Maybe why is it $100,000? You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of money. Only certain people are able to see this, right? It's interesting. Why is it so much money? Is it because of like the insurance aspect of it? But yeah, it costs over $100,000, almost $250,000 to go down to South America and take this trip over to the Arctic. So this IRL streamer goes over there and they immediately say, "Hey, hold on, you got this satellite, you got the satellite link? Oh no, we have to confiscate that." Why? So let's get into it. Because, with all this other stuff going on, I'm like, bump it. I'm like, bump it. People keep cutting, the whole like situation. They're trying to stop my thing talking about politics. So let's just get into the other stuff. Y'all want to stop me talking about one thing, I'll start talking about something else. Let's go. All right. So let's get into what they found in Antarctica.
This could be close enough. I think climbing up there.
If you don't know, what you just saw was the ice wall. Now we're going to get into it. I'm going to play some clips to help you understand this, and we're going to walk through it. But for the first time ever, people are able to get footage of the ice wall never, ever seen before. There's a couple different people doing it. But this is wild, guys, because you have to understand how important this is and how this ties into understanding that the Bible is true, that the word of God is true, and that NASA, not a space agency, has been lying and putting a great deception on all of us through indoctrination for years. You may not want to believe it. You may think this is crazy, but this is a fact. And to believe anything else is to say that the Bible is not true. But I'm going to show you some of this new footage. Some of it other people have talked about because it just came out, but then there's something that no one else, I haven't seen anybody else show this footage before that I'm going to show in a second.
There's an ice wall around the whole world, and we're not allowed to go to it. Literally, if you went over there, they'd just arrest you. And that's because they don't want people to know that the world is surrounded by a 200-foot tall ice wall. And that's what we call Antarctica. So all of this stuff is really mind blowing when you think about it, but it's important to know.
How about when you talk to all these satellites, okay, and you go up and they take pictures? Hey, what does it look like? Many have been interviewed. I had one guy that I had on, and he had broke the record for living in space for the longest time. I mean, he lived 250 something days. What does it look like? It's round, okay? You know, satellites out there, you know, maps, the way we can drive around is because of satellites. When you go, you do MapQuest, or you do maps on Google Maps, or, you know, Apple Maps. It's round. What do you say to that?
Okay, so satellites, here's the thing, is that there are some satellites that are on balloons, and it's that simple. They hover up to about 120, 130,000 feet, and they're on balloons. That's why NASA is the #1 user of helium in the world. NASA controls 99% of the helium supply. What they're doing is they're taking satellites, filling up balloons with helium, and hooking satellites to these balloons. They float up about 120, 130,000 feet. That's as high as a balloon's going to go. Now,
man, and ain't that what they said they saw the Chinese doing? They said that the Chinese people were they had these round balloons and it was going over American what you call? It was going over American land and all this other crazy stuff. Welcome, Cap for Life.
Hey, Mo, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm this right here, okay? And before we start digging in deep with the video you have now, I think people are focused more about these satellites as opposed to them watching over us. I'm thinking there's an underground civilization.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely that. Yeah, you already know that. Hell, you know, even in ancient Egypt and Turkey, they found underground civilizations. I'm not sure what happened to them. Their like air supply got cut off, but like even ancient, when you look at the ancient, when they like take satellite, even in Egypt, you know how they took satellites to the pyramids and they had like those coils going into the earth. Right next to was an actual like actual bunkers where people were living in.
And that's going thousands of feet underground. Like I can just imagine if you're telling me there's a piece of land that's covered by ice, you would think everything would be preserved underneath there. You know, that's just my thought process. Because I've heard so many things about different type of experiments as well, as far as like military applications that they use over there. It's just you can't tell me there's so much land and there's nothing there.
No, I believe that at one point Antarctica was just like Africa. It was a tropical place, and then it got covered with ice because they said they had megalodons and things that got frozen. Like it was like flash frozen. I believe that at some point this was like we did have alien life because Obama actually admitted in a video, in an interview, he says they asked him, "Does aliens exist?" He says yes, but not at Area 51. So,
oh my goodness. I'm trying to remember the name of the operation, but there was a military operation back in the 1912s, I believe. I think it was called Military Jump Off or something. It was a bunch of ships that was sent out to the Antarctic, and the Pope's been over there, presidents have been over there. I mean, I'm trying to remember, man. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let me play a little. Let's go a little bit deeper into this. And listen, the link is in the chat, guys. This is an open panel. If you guys got any more information on this subject, you know, I'm gonna take a rest off the politics for a second and get into like, you know, some real stuff. Because while all this stuff is happening, all this politics is happening, people are going to the ice wall, filming it, showing all these things happening. You got, you know, it's like distraction after distraction. It's like, oh, you're not talking about the that they finally filmed the ice wall, right? They finally
Operation High Jump. That's the name of it. Operation High Jump. Look that up.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna look it up.
Let me tell you the contrary. If you believe in satellites that they're actually in space, then you believe that there's about 50,000 or 100,000 satellites traveling around at 17,500 miles an hour. Now, you know, a bullet don't even travel that fast. Do you really think my brother, do you really believe that there are 50,000 satellites in space right now, 100 miles up in the air, traveling around the planet faster than a bullet? They don't need maintenance. They don't need a fuel source. There's no other proof of them other than NASA says that they're there. Do you really believe that? I'm telling you that nothing in the world can travel 20,000 miles an hour continuously with no fuel source. I'm telling you, we can't even get some.
Actually, sorry, that clip cut off that was from PBD podcast. But essentially, that kind of lays the foundation of like, it's improbable. The things that they say, it makes no sense. And now NASA is getting disproven over and over and over again. They're now going to do an exploratory, astronauts are going to do this.
But the guy that actually said he went up to space already admitted he didn't go up to space. Then they said they found the Challenger victims. That they're living in different parts of the USA with different names and all kind of wild stuff that they didn't even die in the Challenger thing. So we have been lied to, guys. Even when Trump was talking about space, you had I forget what the guy was. He was in the background like, face was just crumbling, like, oh Lord, oh what? You know, I gotta find that video. It was hilarious. Trump like, yeah, space and the next frontier and this and the guy that was.
So that, I mean, I don't know. I think you're like in the same age bracket as I am, but I remember in school watching that Challenger thing. Like, you don't think that was real?
Too. It was a big deal. They had played it. They played it on the TV, and we were like, "Oh, we're going to space!" And it just exploded, and we were like, "Whoa, what the hell?" They had to cut the TVs off right quick. The kids was traumatized. It was terrible.
Yeah.
So this is all like really getting into space. Does space really exist? You know, it's like all the veils are being lifted of these lies that people have been telling us, just like the whole cabal of like weird, like all that stuff. There's also this aspect of things that we've been lied about. Let's go.
Exploratory thing so we can land on the moon again. They're doing it this month, and then we're going to land on the moon again very shortly. Although, guys, they said they lost. The reason why we haven't gone back to the moon is because they've lost the technology. I have played you the videos over and over and how the lies, it makes no sense. They have been debunked over and over. They're even though they're supposed to be in this space capsule or a spaceship, and then the hair is floating up. You can literally see the hairspray is just stuck. It's just stuck there. And just the things that they say are supposed to happen, they don't. Just look up NASA bloopers. Like I said, I've played them. But now this is the footage of the ice wall. This is the one that a lot of people have not seen. This is a group from Ghana that is trying to prove the firmament and prove the ice wall and what is going on there. And like I said, a little bit further on in this video, I'm going to lay out exactly how the mechanics of that work.
Oh, look at this. Wow. This is beautiful, guys. Look at this. This is fascinating. Wow.
Yeah. My favorite place in Antarctica is this. My favorite place in South Georgia is Hercules Bay.
Yeah. This is
It must not be cold there because I'm like, aren't they supposed to be cold? Isn't it supposed to be like below 15, below zero? And I'm not hearing nobody shaking, shivering, nothing. It's almost like they're just taking pictures like they're in Alaska. Bro.
I want that marble
Look at this.
kitchen top like that.
wow.
So expensive.
With all the strings, huh? This is beautiful. This is absolutely gorgeous, guys.
This is the place where we can get the closest to an ice wall like this.
Exactly.
Safest, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is the closest I can get.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Me too.
That's why I love it. And then you look back and you see that. Look at
Wow.
that. That looks unreal.
Exactly. That looks like AI.
Huh?
But that's the real thing.
You can
Yeah.
stand up for a
Haters
moment.
will say it's AI.
You can stand up for a moment if you want to.
Wow.
So make sure I
beautiful.
show your video, please.
That is absolutely beautiful. It looks like the cutout of the ship is just stuck on the photo.
Exactly. That's stunning, guys. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Now I turned down the volume on this, and let me lower it a bit so you guys can see it better. But look at the wall. Look at what it looks like. All right. Are you seeing this? I mean, you're telling me this is a natural formation of ice? That's what this is?
Mm.
This is not man-made either. No, people didn't do this. Okay. And this gets into where the firmament is, because look
But
at this.
how is it cut
I'm gonna
exactly?
show
Like
this section. Let me lower this so you can
Does
see
it
it.
does it look
Look
like a
at this
pyramid to you?
giant. That is not a mountain.
No, but I don't know what that it is. But I'm just saying, like, why is it so razor sharp? Something cut
That's-
that.
I'm saying, does it look like a pyramid?
No, it doesn't. It looks like I don't know what. See, this is the okay. Look at this. What would cut this way? See how it's cut? Like
Yeah,
there's
it's
no
like
way.
precision, laser precision. Yeah, like either that or something broke off. If something breaks off, then you can get sharp edge. Looks like that off of a cliff. It's possible that ice broke off of it. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's interesting because look at these rocks underneath there. What? So why would that? What? I don't know. Something.
I don't know.
And now
Yeah.
NASA is getting disproven over and over and over again. They're now going to do an exploratory
Let's go back to this video because I'm like this.
over and over. They're they're supposed to be in this space capsule or spaceship, and then the hair is floating up. You can literally see the hairspray. It's just stuck. It's just stuck there. And just the things that they say are supposed to happen, they don't. Just look up NASA bloopers. Like I said, I've played them. But now this is the footage of the ice wall. This
All right, so you're saying you don't get it. Why is this cut so precise? I don't know what would cause that.
is the one that a lot of people have not seen. This is a group from Ghana that is trying to prove the firmament and prove the ice wall and what is going on there. And like I said, a little bit further on in this video, I'm going to lay out exactly how the mechanics of that works.
Oh, look at this. Wow. This is beautiful, guys. Look at this. This is fascinating. Wow.
My favorite place in Antarctica is this. My favorite place in South.
But hold on, let me explain this. You can't go down there without less than 100,000 or 250,000. So whoever these people are got bread because you ain't allowed to go down there. You gotta have like at least.
You saw the cruise. You saw that cruise ship in the distance.
Yeah.
Georgia is Hercules Bay.
Yeah.
And look how much money they making off that. 150 a piece. Oh, wow.
This is beautiful.
I want that marble kitchen top like that.
Wow.
They got bread. To get that close, they got bread. There's no way that they're that close because just the trip to go to Antarctica is like 100 and some odd thousand.
With all the strings, huh? This is beautiful. This is absolutely gorgeous, guys.
This is the place where we can get the closest
See
to
how
a
that
castle
looks
like this.
from-
Exactly.
That's-
Yeah.
wow.
Oh my God, this is the closest I've been to an island.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Me too.
But then they
And
turn
then you
around
look back and you
it's
see
like, what?
that looks unreal.
Exactly. That looks like AI.
There goes a cruise ship right there, and probably like 100,000 a piece. Everybody up in that.
Are they coming off the cruise ship?
No, I don't know. I don't know whether they like was on the cruise ship and then they took a boat to get.
You know
I
what I'm
want to, if I can add on, it
Wait, what's going
does
on?
not cost that much to fly. I don't know about cruise ship, but it doesn't cost much to fly to Antarctica. It's just that 99% of the population of planet Earth probably will not do that. They don't think about it. It's not a tourist destination. That's it.
Yeah, a lot of it's
It,
like cut off by the
it costs
military too.
costs like $2,000 to get there one way.
Yeah, but when you get there, it's like where are you gonna go? And if you do get there, it's
Exactly.
like
Exactly.
a lot of the places are cut off. You're not allowed.
Right.
For
So
for some strange
that,
reason.
that cruise ship does not cost no 100,000.
From where? Well, maybe they've been lying because when I-
Nowhere. It's just you could look it up right now. Just even just on flights itself, no one wants to go there. It's not a habitable place in general for people's likeness. That's why it's so cheap.
I'm telling you, man, it's
They have
underground.
no capital city. Nothing. People should be trying to check it just for shits and giggles. You know?
I'm trying to. So all right. So fly and cruise direct to Antarctica, 11,500 to 82,000, often exceeding 10,000 due to charter flights. But the those cruises, when they're like 100 and some odd. Because I was just watching a person that was like, yeah, maybe they was lying.
Of course
No,
they can.
look
Look up flights. Just look up straight flights.
Look up Operation High Jump.
12 days. Okay, so all right, 10 to 12 days per person is 5,000 to 8,000 per person. Mid-range expedition is 10 to 15. Luxury or longer expeditions, 15 plus days, 20 to 30. Fly and cruise. That's why I said that cruise. They spending like almost close to 100,000 on that cruise. And in order to get onto like that boat, like that they were on it, I don't know. Let me just say that. Whatever. Okay. But
Probably a charter.
You said it was 2,000. I don't see 2,000 on here.
Go on a flight thing like Expedia, whatever, or anytime between like 1 a.m. at night, one day just look and you'll see for 1,800 one way.
Yeah, sometimes they'll do specials like that. Like
yep.
Special.
So you have to have a mandatory 2,000 or 3,000.
I just be looking at shit for six and giggles myself, but I'm never going there. Trust me.
Hey, I'm telling you, look up Operation High Jump.
High Jump? I have to look into that one.
Operation High Jump.
So
I'm gonna have to look into that.
These are the cruises to Antarctica. Because I was trying to go there. I was like, I was gonna try to do it. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, let me try to do it. But yeah,
I seen the John Carpenter movie The Thing when I was a little kid. I know they was on Antarctica. I was like, hell no. This ever since
not the movie though.
The movie, hell yeah. Because I was like, hell no, never. Yeah, no way. That's what they be testing on things.
All right. So here we go.
August 1946. It was the largest, most heavily armed naval task force ever sent to Antarctica. Leading the mission was Admiral Richard E. Byrd, one of the most famous naval officers in history. The official purpose for the expedition was scientific research and military training. But that was just a cover story. Operation High Jump had other goals. One was to extend American sovereignty over Antarctica, something that was denied many times by the US government. Another was to locate and destroy a secret Nazi base and capture the Nazis' new secret weapon, the flying saucer. UFOs were seen all over the area, suspected to be Nazi test flights. Admiral Byrd was sent to find out.
Did they find flying saucers?
Oh, they found a lot more than that.
So I'm very aware of the Admiral Byrd story and how he said he went into a hole and that it was controlled by the aliens on the inner Earth and all
that. That was what?
There were aliens in the inside of Earth that actually at some point he saw a hole in Antarctica and that his actual airplane basically lost control and then it got auto-piloted to the center of the Earth.
What?
And then he was able to meet these beings and this, that, the other, and stuff like that. So, but I don't want to get like, I gotta like stop this video, every once in a while because I don't want to get like, whatever. But let's go.
1938. The SS Schwabenland was sent on a secret mission to Antarctica. On board were scientists and engineers, but also members of the Thule Society, a German occultist group. The Thule Society believed that a highly advanced race of human-like beings called Aryans existed somewhere deep inside the Earth, and the entrance to their world was at the South Pole. The classified mission of the SS Schwabenland was to find a location for a secret underground base and make contact with the Aryans living in the Hollow Earth. And once contact was made, negotiate for access to their technology. The ship reached the Antarctic coast a month later. For the next 3 weeks, they mapped hundreds of thousands of square miles of the continent. About 150 miles inland, aerial reconnaissance found what is described as an Arctic oasis, an area about 300 square miles that was free of ice, filled with warm water, and even contained plant life. In the
And that's why I'm trying to find out why the people on this boat don't like they cold or nothing like that.
So I'm saying it's probably because they're on a part of it that's like, you know, that's probably like a beach underground. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Because Antarctica, they lied and said Antarctica was cold. It's super duper cold, so we don't try to go there.
Yep.
Portion
Sure
beneath the
did.
oasis was a geothermal vent that kept the area relatively warm. This was the ideal place for a base, especially for U-boats. This is where the Nazis would establish the infamous underground facility.
Don't even have no coats on. Come on now, what's going on here? What's going on? People lying, bro. This is a lie. They don't even have coats on. I mean, you can't be that white. You could just be in 0 degree.
They've been lying till this very day, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Known as Base 211. Over the course of World War II,
It's probably colder in Alaska than it is in Antarctica.
Base 211 became a massive complex, as large as a small city. Initially, it was designed as an offensive structure, where U-boats and missiles could be deployed. But as the tide of war turned against the Axis powers, it became clear that the base would be an ideal way to escape. In the final months of the war, huge amounts of equipment, supplies, and personnel were transported to Antarctica. At the same time, thousands of Nazis escaped justice and were smuggled to South America, with most of them hiding in Argentina.
Argentina.
What?
That is where the Argentina. Oh, okay. There's it's called Swoop. How much does it cost? 11,500 to 82,000. 7,800 to like 66,000.
To go to Argentina? Buenos Aires?
To go to Antarctica.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to go do a flight to the South Pole, it's 63 to 105.
Okay, they call, flying as, like I said, I didn't look it up this year, but for shits and giggles in the past, it was relatively cheap, but even then, I was never trying to go. And to this day, not trying to go. I don't know why I be looking at it, but it's just
I've been looking at it too. I was like, man, but I was like, okay, I'm thinking about. I'm like, dude, if I had the money, I would. Would I do it? I don't know.
how do I even talk someone to go with me just in case? Even if I told someone like, hey, I'm going,
bust out
they gonna talk me out of it.
No, you tell them to bust out their jackets and boots. They love that shit.
Argentina. One of the infamous German officers to disappear was Hans Kammler. Kammler was in charge of Hitler's secret weapons program. Kammler's engineers had created a prototype long-distance supply plane with a range of over 4,000 miles called the Ju-390. Only 2 of these were made. One of them belonged to Kammler. And as of April 1945, neither Kammler nor his plane have ever been found. And just a few months later, thousands of UFO sightings were reported all over South America. The American government feared that Kammler and his scientists had escaped to Antarctica, where they were continuing their work, operating out of a secret military base hidden deep underground.
What?
I mean, you saying what? You told me to look it up. I thought you knew about all this.
I've heard about it, but I never knew it was in depth like that. Like, I mean, I thought it was like Anunnakis type of stuff, like connected to the pyramid. Like, I thought the pyramid and Antarctica were like a big underground tunnel connected together. I didn't think it was like UFO-ish type of stuff. That's okay.
Connected to Nazi Germany.
Yeah, I took a turn. I was like, what?
yeah. It gets deeper than that. Yeah, that's why. That's why Trump is like, yeah, Argentina. And see, I think it's a reason why Obama's like, yeah, I know that there's aliens, but they're not in Area 51. And I don't know.
I heard about that. I heard about that the other day. Now they're gonna try to let loose that there's aliens.
That's gonna be like the ultimate distraction that we really gonna pay attention to.
Yeah, right.
That would definitely blow that Epstein stuff out the water, because this is something that it's in like our memories. Like we really want to know.
So these people from Ghana, they had enough money to get down there, and they spent it, and they went and they got on the ship because they're trying to prove that the firmament exists. But they're saying that those things that right there are not mountains. Watch this.
Huh? But that's the real thing.
Yeah. Haters will say it's AI.
You can stand up for a moment if you want to.
Wow.
So the next show I saw in your video, please.
That is absolutely beautiful. It looks like the cutout of the ship is just stuck on the photo.
Yeah, exactly. Stunning, guys. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Now I turned down the volume on this, and let me lower it a bit so you guys can see it better. But look at the wall. Look at what it looks like. All right, are you seeing this? I mean, you're telling me this is a natural formation of ice? That's what this is?
Look at the layers.
This is not man-made either.
Why is it?
No,
layered?
people didn't do this. Okay, and this gets into where the firmament is, because look at this. I want to show.
Okay, so
this
she's
section.
saying it's,
Let me
it's
lower
not
this so
it's
you
not
can
an
see it.
iceberg.
Look at
She's
this
saying it's
giant. That
ice.
is not a mountain, right? That is a giant mountain of ice,
Civilization.
solid
That's
ice back there.
she's saying it's
That's part
snow.
of the ice wall.
She's saying
So
it's snow.
That's all snow. It's not even. It's not a mountain. It's ice.
Yeah, she's
That's what.
like it's inhabitable.
So it wasn't created like an iceberg. It's like somebody put that snow and made that type of formation.
I don't know, but I'm just like, why is okay? If this right here is ice, why is that cut out like that?
I
That's
think
ice.
it'd be. I would think. I think it. I would think it'd be blue. That's too white.
It is blue. Watch when you watch
One part of it, it looks like it's carved, almost like laser carved. Okay, that gets into fallen angel technology, and that gets into how God designed the firmament. But look at what we're seeing here. And there's just shadows on it there, but there's some better video of it in a second. So
Okay,
but this
so they even say that the Grand Canal is not like it's not a man-made thing. I mean, not like a natural thing, right? Because the way that it's cut, right?
It looked like a pyramid to me.
Which one?
the first
The,
time we are
the Grand Canyon? Or which one?
That part there looks like straight up like ice. You know what I'm saying? That's huge. That's like some Game of Thrones type of like wall. You feel me?
What breaks my heart is that even like right now, when I'm watching this and I've never seen this, I've been lied to for so long. I always thought you had to be a scientist to go there. Now I'm finding out the truth on this day. You could just be a regular earthling and travel there.
If you got money, like around 11,000 or 100,000, you can get even closer. Probably
They got
even
an airport, right?
Yeah, they got this place called McDoro Space Station or Station. That's supposed to be their capital, but it's not a capital. It's called McDoro Station. I don't think they right there at all. They somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't think that because where's the station at?
forever.
They don't nowhere near no station.
Cut that out. All right, so you're seeing the ice wall. This is the first time we've ever had footage of the ice wall this close up. You can even see the icicles on it. Where's the part of the icicles? I may have to, sorry. I got a couple clips in here. Just want to move this around so you can see it up close.
Looks like rock. Looks like Mount Rushmore type of stuff, like the way it's smooth.
Something slice that shit. There's no way. Why is it cut like that?
I want to know what's inside.
I mean, I'm scared. I don't know.
There's the icicles hanging off of it, so you know it's
there's rocks underneath it. So it's like what? So that's just like it's piled up, rocks underneath it.
No, bro. There's an oasis inside that wall. I'm telling you right now.
This isn't rock painted white. Some people are like, is that rock painted white? That doesn't look, it just looks too fake to people. But the thing I want you to take notice of, look at how low the clouds are. Why are the clouds that low? Well, because as you get to the edge of the firmament, okay, as you get to the edge, well, it gets lower and lower and lower, and they're not able to go up but so high. I mean, these look like you can almost reach out and touch them. Look at this cloud. Look at how low they are, right? And there's a lot to prove that there is a firmament and that NASA has just lied about everything because it's all part of the indoctrination. We know that our school books were most of them came from McGraw-Hill, which Ghislaine Maxwell's father owned. Guys, they only have released 2% of the Epstein files, and we've got to get into the DNA manipulation, them looking for Nephilim DNA, all of the things that the Bible talks about have gone on in the past. You see them talking about it. So the footage isn't the best, but this cloud, my goodness, look at this.
So
look
the
at how
clouds
low
are
it is, but let's get to the next one.
So
Now,
the
this-
low clouds are in the Epstein file?
No, they said that they were trying to find what's that stuff called?
I know what this is. This is this ice formation that formed out of nowhere.
No.
Yeah, this cave. Yeah, this cave just formed out of nowhere. It's a brand new cave.
Right. So that was by a Nigerian person that filmed that. A Ghanaian person.
What?
That went to the ice wall. But hold on. What was the oh damn, it was damn, I forget the name. But Hillary Clinton in the Epstein files, and they were trying to revive somebody. I don't even know who it was. Some old starts with a G. What? Girl, I don't even know. But they were trying to revive whatever that thing is, trying to bring it back to life. And yeah, they talk about Nephilim in the Epstein files. They talk about all this stuff, giants, all these different things. And they were trying to revive. What was
Gilgamesh?
Gilgamesh. Yes.
Oh shit.
What?
To revive Gilgamesh. This is one of the things in the Epstein files. Crazy shit. Hillary Clinton sending a thing. I want to revive Gilgamesh.
Oh no, hell no. If this is
basically,
true,
if you read the Enuma Elish, which would be the precursors to the book of Genesis, the way they explain the 7 days. If you read the Enuma Elish, which is the Sumerian 7 tablets, it kind of fits in it. But when you read Gilgamesh, that's like a complimentary of what these people were like prior to the flood, way before antediluvian. It's before the flood.
if this is starting to all connect, now I know why they're trying to say the aliens are real now, bro. That would be the distraction to get away from this, because we're starting to connect the dots type of deal, bro.
But here's the thing. All right, so Mosi Sepul said this is a grift. Most of the population doesn't even have a passport. I don't get it. So what? That means that they're all right. So if you have a certain amount of money, you have a passport, you're able to go to this Arctic. You think this is all AI, or what do you think it is? Because all right,
no, that's real. That's real.
It's just I remember Mos Def when he moved to Kenya or something. He said it was some interview, probably could be found, but he's it's not even a passport. He's they have world citizen passports, world passports.
Oh shit!
And he showed it. I was I think he showed it. I was damn. So they do have some other things besides passports.
Then they tried to use whatever the hell that was, and his ass got sent back to America and banned from fucking Africa.
Right. Okay, that's what happened to him. He been quiet. Interesting.
There's no ice wall.
Go ahead. All right, Mosi, go ahead. You say there's no ice
There's
wall.
no ice wall. You can travel down to the Antarctica on tours, and you can see all that shit. There's no ice wall.
We already said you can go down there on tour, but you got to pay almost $11,000 to $100,000 to get on the boat.
No. It's only $1,500 to catch a plane down there. Then get on the boat across the Fuego and go across.
Okay, so all right, so I just looked it up.
They playing with the rates now. I think after that Ring of Fire, they playing with the rates now.
People go down.
You know what I mean?
People go down there to skydive and all that shit. They go on.
Right. I just never met nobody. But
I never heard anybody chill over there.
Or whatever.
But like I said, back in the day, I would always be seeing flights 2,000, 1,800. I'd be checking between sometimes 3 a.m., 4 a.m. just for shits and giggles.
You can go down there.
Doom
They're not
scrolling,
hiding
just
anything.
doom scrolling. You know?
They're not hiding anything down there. You can go see all of it. You won't see an ice wall. You won't see the firmament or whatever because most people don't even have a fucking passport. So why would I? You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Let's.
Okay, well, let's go. Let's listen to more of the video. I mean, hell, this is what she said.
This is where people need a club to get a flight club. You know, let's all go together.
So a week or two ago, there was a guy that was trying to film the ice wall. He had a Starlink and he was trying to live stream it. Well, they ended up confiscating his Starlink, confiscating his phone, took away his internet. This is what he has footage of them taking it. I think I may have some of that in here. But now this guy, Ice Poseidon, is allowed to film the ice wall. And take note, there is a cave going through the ice wall that is not man-made. And this is the first time they are allowing us to see it. Why is that? Why are they releasing, even partially the Epstein files? Why are now Barack Obama's coming out and saying there's aliens? Trump at any point is supposed to disclose there's aliens. They know the end is near. And right now, that truth, the Bible says truth will be revealed.
I'm going to say this. I don't like to push that whole end of days and the end is near, all that stuff. Because everybody's end is near at different times. Your end might not be my end. So we're not going to keep pushing end is near.
Number one thing they're going to say, it's aliens. Well, aliens abducted all these people. This is what Project Bluebeam is about, which I don't think Project Bluebeam is real. I think that is a psyop. I think the psyop is not that they're going to do that. I think that was what they put out or they leaked out. So people think that is what took place. You have to understand that the deception is so deep and so far. If you don't really ask for discernment from the Lord, these things will fool you. And I believe just the things.
Okay, so if you pause that, so Project, she's saying Project Bluebeam, which I know is supposed to be like holographs and a deception to get us all freaking out. She's saying that's a grift, basically, because it's really real. Like whatever we're gonna see is really gonna be the real thing. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
I don't know what she's saying.
She's saying, okay. What she's talking about Project Bluebeam, but Project Bluebeam is, like I said, because black people aren't listening anymore, so they're doing any and everything to throw out all stops. So yeah, they told us that aliens exist, but we got so many fucking problems, we didn't even care. So, cause I can't afford to be down this motherfucker. What do I give a fuck about a goddamn alien?
Hell, we already know aliens exist. So what?
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, see that alien land in Vegas? They tried that family, saw it, and then they tried to say that the family was crazy.
Right, it was in their backyard and shit, right?
Bro, you saw the thing. You saw it land. It was a green beam of light falling.
Right.
The cop cam had showed it, bro. All of a sudden, now nothing fell.
Right.
Yeah, it was a green meteor, but then they kept saying that it was almost like watching, what was that movie? The fourth kind.
The third dimension. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
it
bro.
was like watching that. So I think that's like, okay, at this point, they're just playing with us. At this point, they're just playing with us.
Okay, so let's go.
Conspiracy theorists, so that they won't believe the truth that has happened. But I find it amazing that for the first time we're getting this footage.
Of many. Oh yeah, this one might beat yesterday's because I like the cave, right, and the tight opening. The columns, it's like a cathedral. This is natural. Wow, crazy looking. Because look at the way the ice spikes out. That looks like it's intended.
I'm going to do in another video. You see how it's blue, how it's poking out blue? There is a different kind of ice that does not melt that they study in Antarctica. I have some footage of it. I have some information. People believe that it is ice that is specifically part of the same material that the firmament is made out of. And that is part of what they study. But I want you to notice normal ice does not have that blue tint just in the crevices and cracks, because I believe within it, what's keeping it cold, what's keeping it solid, and why this does not melt is because it is some of the same material that the firmament is made of.
But here's the thing. Okay, so it just doesn't even melt. So is that the same thing that when it's snowing from Arctic, you know that Arctic snow, and then it snows down, and then they try to light it on fire, and it's like not lighting up, or I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that. Was that a few years ago?
Hey, I was just
Yes.
recently in Texas. I don't know what you're talking about. In Texas.
Okay, well, I remember when they was doing those challenges and it wasn't melting and shit. So
Yeah, they had the Arctic freeze that happened in Texas like about last month, and then
Yep.
everybody burned the ice, and it wasn't burning.
people were
So,
trying to do that too. Okay, damn, and it wasn't melting.
yeah, so I don't know whether it's coming from the firm. I don't even know what the fuck. It's
All right,
Hmm.
it's not the exact
That's
same thing,
crazy.
but somehow it seems to. I don't have all the answers, but once we walk through it, you guys can give your opinion of it. But I just take note of that blue. That makes no sense.
Yeah,
The
it
blue,
looks like
that's
a
blue ice.
cathedral.
That's blue ice.
No, it's natural though.
That's a great picture. That is
That's
blue.
blue ice. Oh my god.
That is
that's
blue
like
ice.
pure water.
And in fact, maybe after this, I'll pop in that blue ice so that you guys can understand what I'm talking about. But look, you can see it's like a white crust, but it's blue like our sky. Well,
Yeah,
they
shit
told
never
us the
melted.
reason why the sky is blue because it reflects the water, the water, and it turns it blue. No, because the firmament is blue. It's a blue ice crust. I kid you not. Look, does not. If you remove the white kind of like surface on it, condensation. I don't know. It seems like a very thin layer because you can see right through it.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Can someone look
What,
up
the cave's
why
new?
it's blue or
How new?
I would say 3
Hey,
weeks.
Genesis.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a
3
video
weeks?
from a guy named Dave McKeegan. Dave McKeegan went down to Antarctica with a camera and recorded a 24-hour sun.
What?
Yes. Yes. It was a 24-hour sun. He did it it did the whole thing, whatever. They basically debunked all this shit that she's talking about.
But don't they have a 24-hour sun in Alaska sometimes too?
Yeah, 30 days of night, 30 days of sun. Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, listen, I don't
How
know.
many times we seen a more like the Borealis thing, the Aurora Borealis, like all in the past years? We've seen so,
It's,
in different areas of the
it's
United
starting to,
States.
the Earth is shifting, so that's why you're
Hmm.
seeing it further south. Earth is shifting. Yeah, we saw it in Oklahoma. That's where I'm at. We saw it all the way in
Hmm.
Oklahoma. So, but you
There
gotta
you
go
go.
somewhere
This is
without
not
light pollution. You gotta go somewhere without light pollution, though.
And then the tornadoes, they happening early in Oklahoma now. Like,
We
just
have
happened
yeah,
like
we
this shit
Texas,
happened mad early, right?
yeah, Texas and Oklahoma has North Texas anyway, and Texas and Oklahoma have bipolar cycles. So it could be winter and it'll be hot one day, and then you'll see a fucking tornado during the middle of December.
Mhm.
So yeah,
What?
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
Texas is crazy with that weather. That's weird. It's the
a
weirdest.
man-made cave that popped up. What came out of that? What created that hole in Antarctica? What is this? You haven't heard this reported on the news. You haven't heard anyone talk about it, but you see the guys are just basic guys working there, the tour guide trying to make a living. These are not scientists or anything, but he's saying this is only 3 weeks old.
Not 3 weeks.
So we're like one of the first people to see this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did it like open up, or was it always there? Or what the fuck?
That's sick.
So you have flowing water, waterfall. Wouldn't that be frozen? How is all of this happening?
Right.
Patagonia is truly.
It's not that goddamn cold in Antarctica. They lying, bro. Like a cave right there. They lying about what Antarctica is, bro. They look at this. The ice walls, global warming. That's probably why Trump was saying the global warming is fake. He probably been down here and saw how hot it was and was like, man, if global warming was true, then all this shit would not be like this been green and caves and everything going
The
on.
most beautiful landscape I've ever.
Nope, we were never supposed to see these, as these biblical stones are coming out everywhere, and what this means for our world is terrifying. People were shocked after it was discovered blue stones, or referred to as sky ice in Antarctica, were found, and they resemble the exact same objects that Ezekiel mentions in the Bible, claiming what the firmament or the dome of earth is made out of, saying the firmament material would appear like sapphire or blue stone. But how this was found is even more.
Well, if that's hold on. If that's the case, then when they send those, well, hold on, it might be because every time they send them balloons up into
back down.
they hit something, bow, and then come right on back and spiral on down. So maybe it is something hard. I don't know.
Hey, we can never leave, right?
More insane, as decades ago, a scientist had leaked they found sky ice after years of research in Antarctica, claiming that the government has sealed all this away, knowing could lead to terrifying changes about our planet and science. With him saying that the government had found an entire ice wall made out of the biblical sky ice, the same ice wall that the pancake Earth believers say is in Antarctica, possibly proving that the Earth may be a lot bigger with many more continents than we could ever know on the other side.
All right, so multicephaly, right? So okay, so even if it's not a flat Earth, okay, he's gone. I was gonna ask. See, he came up here, but now I got a question for him because he's like, it ain't no this, it ain't no that. But is it far fetched that maybe the Earth is bigger than we thought? If it's not,
I don't think it's far fetched, right? No more, right?
I think it's bigger than we thought it was.
Oh yeah, yes, it's much bigger than what we think it is. Yeah,
it might not be flat, but it might be big, like this big, huge, super duper Earth.
And when I'm seeing this video, DJ Genesis, it seems to me that there's a lot more safe spaces in the world than we're led to believe.
That blue ice that might be the ozone layer.
I don't know, but
no, the ozone layer repaired itself. It actually repaired itself.
You know,
Has anyone ever seen blue hail? I've never seen blue hailstones. So, I don't know.
That's our protective shield, bro.
Have you?
That's like our protective shield.
But hold on. Tell me this. Okay, it might not be a flat Earth like they're saying, but could it be a huge, enormous, super duper sized thing, bigger than what we thought it was, encircled by ice in certain sections or whatever?
Yeah, you're talking about how they think that the planet is a hell of a lot bigger, and we're just in one section with the ice wall, and that's not even true because NASA shows us the planet all the time.
Right, but NASA be lying though, bro. NASA be lying.
Why would they? Okay, how can you make 400,000 people lie? I don't get that. That's the problem.
Man, it's easy. I'm going to have to quote Karl Marx on this one. He said, religion is the opiate of the masses, and I think it's easy to have human beings just deal with the script.
But hold on. Listen, a camera can only take a certain amount of film. And every time they hit a certain thing, they fucking catapult down. So they're only able to see a certain aspect of what's going on, and then it spirals down. So the camera can't even they're not able to go high enough to see the full picture. So yeah, of course NASA will be like, oh yeah, there's no, it's this. But if you were, have you been able to go really high enough to really see the full Earth? I don't know.
You can. There are actually from the 1960s, the SR-70, 71. Yeah, it went high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. They have that on film. I don't. Yeah, but it's there. The proof is there.
So in the 60s we could do it, but we can't do it in 2026.
Yeah, they show it all the time. They show it all the time.
They only go a certain thing and it goes down. they don't go past that to see the full thing. I don't know. Like to me, it's like
Nobody wants to, because nobody wants to see, like, okay, because we don't even care when they launch rockets and everybody's like, well, see, they don't go straight up. Yeah, nobody goes straight up because you're trying to rendezvous with something. So you go with the flow, you go with the curve of the planet to go out in outer space. Yeah. You don't never go straight somewhere. You always rendezvous with it. That's like space physics.
Okay, well, listen, you know more than this than I do. So
With any scientific discovery, we need to look at the concrete evidence, and satellite images still point to a frisbee Earth.
Who is this person?
Who is her? Her name is Melanie King. I mean, Melanie off script. Melanie King.
Oh, okay. She's getting paid. Yeah, YouTube is paying her to fucking spread this shit. All right, yeah.
Is she getting paid to like spread it? Because actually, this is her other channel.
I know someone
Yeah,
who knows her because they knew her husband, and like,
just like the guy
but at the end of the day,
the astronaut,
she's not a spring chicken in these fields.
He denied. He said he was lying about that whole thing. Yeah, there's a guy, I can't think of his name, but he challenged and told the astronaut to his face when he went to the moon in 71, 72, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Most of them had cancer from the moon dust.
Also, too,
Buzz Aldrin.
he just did an interview. He just did a new interview.
Yeah, they had all of them had health issues after that because the moon.
They never went to the moon to begin with. They know health issues. They never went. He got what? No, Buzz Aldrin said they went.
Buzz Aldrin just dropped a new wait. He just dropped a new interview. He just dropped a new interview. Like they went to the moon. See.
Everybody's gonna have to
Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong. He's the one who rarely.
Like I said,
Neil Armstrong's the one. He never did interviews.
The only existence is being on this ground. That's it. That's as far as we know. So to sit and say that, like, yeah, like, okay, all right, because no one's ever been high enough. We're not to know.
Hey, Neil Armstrong is the one who Neil Armstrong never did interviews. He did a couple. He didn't like doing interviews at all. But Buzz Aldrin, he's the one who loves doing interviews.
Space exists, all that shit. The Dogon tribe know it.
Watch this.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's
you
not
got sound on it?
An 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and
that's Neil.
And that's
right.
what happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing,
is he see now?
He's old as fuck. I didn't hear.
So he's saying we didn't go to the moon, bro. He's saying we didn't.
So now he's saying this. Buzz Aldrin's now saying this now.
Look at the photo. You say that's me? Okay. Check out the name badge. It says Aldrin. Looks like you're right. But notice the helmet. Can you see my face? No. This is a secret I've been keeping for almost half a century. On July 20th.
They put like a laugh track behind it, but why? Okay.
All right, fun fact. All right, fun fact. This is Googleable. In 1968, Stanley Kubrick came out with A Space Odyssey 2001. However, the moon landing supposedly happened 1969, and he shot that. He also shot the film Eyes Wide Shut, which coincides with today, what's going on with the Epstein files.
Say it again.
Stanley Kubrick shot the movie. He directed and filmed the movie A Space Odyssey 2001, which was written by Arthur Clarke in 1966. However, the moon landing only happened in
You ain't got no
19.
sound on the video, so I don't
The
know
moon,
who you're
the moon
asking.
landing happened in 1969.
Oh, you
All
can't hear
right.
the sound on the video?
I can't hear. I didn't hear any sound from that video with the little girl.
Because you gotta press play on it. You gotta press play on it on your end.
Okay, hold on.
It happens to me.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we did go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So
Okay.
in the
Yes.
future,
Okay.
if
By the
we want to
caption,
keep doing
she
something.
asked, "How come they haven't been back?" That's what he was answering.
But he said because it didn't happen.
He didn't say that. He said, "Well,
He said because it never
He
happened.
didn't say
He
basically
said that.
no. He just said, well, probably to the fact that this is kind of a complicated question as to why we hadn't been back, and that's an easy answer because
Hey,
there was
he
no
just
political
dropped an
motivation.
interview. He just dropped an
Go back.
interview a couple days ago. Buzz Aldrin just dropped an interview
Hey,
a
you put
couple
the interview
days.
in the back. Please put the interview in the back because I'm like, did we
It
go?
should be on YouTube because that's where I seen it. I just never pressed it.
They stopped going in 1972 for Apollo 19 because they were like, yeah, well, the Russians didn't go to the moon, so there's no reason for us to go back. But now that China is going, now they're interested back into it. That's only why. Because they don't
No,
want the
they said that
Chinese.
they didn't have the technology. They lost the technology. That was the reason, not because Russia didn't go. They said that we lost the technology.
How do you lose the technology to send a rocket to the moon? I don't understand that.
They said they lost the technology. Hold on. I don't know. Have you been following this?
I'm a common sense type guy, so
So you believe that we went to the moon?
I have a passport. I've been all over the planet, so I find it hard to believe when people say stuff like this.
Okay, so you
And then
believe
if
we
ask
went
them
to
do
the
they have a
moon?
passport, they say no.
Hold on.
Okay.
All right. So this is them saying that they lost the technology to go to the moon. I don't know how, but they said
How do you lose the
in a
technology to
nanosecond.
go? Okay,
The
let's go
problem
here
is we don't
and
have the
then come back.
technology to do that
Yeah,
anymore. We used
somebody's
to,
messing
but
with
we.
that chip. So,
listen,
okay.
hold on. NASA
Shut up.
astronaut Dan Petit, okay? So they
Okay,
have
yeah.
Don Petit. It says that he's a NASA. He's at NASA. I've been there before. I know
Don
what it looks
Petit,
like.
yeah.
Don Petit.
The moon
Look this
in
guy
a
up.
nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the
Can you turn the
technology
sound
to
up?
do that
Hold it.
anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going.
Why?
On July 20th, 1969, one of the most momentous events in human history occurred. People walked on the moon. Eventually, the United States completed 6 moon landings, and then we suddenly stopped. This is the real reason we haven't been back to the moon. One of the key drivers of the USA's quest to land humans on the moon was a sense of competition with the Soviet Union. The Soviet government poured money and expertise into their space program in the 1950s and achieved several amazing firsts in the process. Sputnik was the first artificial satellite orbiting Earth in 1957, and in 1961, Soviet pilot Yuri Gagarin became the first human being.
So hold on. Who took a picture of that? So Sputnik is orbiting, and someone taking a picture of Sputnik. So that means it had to be another satellite out there taking a picture of Sputnik.
No, that was an animation.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
that was an animation. They,
Okay.
Like I said, because remember, Russia got up there first.
I'm trying to see. All right, so because they're playing this music, I can't play
The
this.
moon in a nanosecond.
Okay, I saw that caption. NASA lost of
So
technology.
we lost technology. Let's go here.
If you said to me, do you think that they could fake the moon landing today? I would say no. I would say no. People are going to be able to track
Okay, they
it.
got that from the
It's
Transformers
very
movie.
easy. They have satellites. They're going to know everything.
Yeah.
But in
You're rendering
1969,
JFK.
the technology was so crude that
Dark
when
of
they
the Moon.
first showed the Apollo 11 landing, they didn't even show a direct feed to the networks. So like if you're on CBS News, you don't get a direct feed. What you do is you point a camera at a projection screen. So that's why the film looks so shitty. The camera is pointed to a projection screen where you see the astronauts jumping around on the moon. And you see this weird, grainy, third generation image, right? And we did it, and we have never done it since.
Yeah, they
We've always
went up
said
there
we're going to do it,
Several
and
times.
no one's
They went up to
ever
the moon
even
several
come
times,
close.
but
No one's ever even gone
the
into
moon is
deep
a dangerous
space
place.
since 1972.
We also
It's
haven't been
dangerous,
trying.
more dangerous
We haven't
than
been trying,
Mars, perhaps.
but we always talk about going back, including Herbert Walker Bush talked about going back. George W. talked about going back. They all talk about going back, but nobody ever gets anywhere.
Well, I think that's because we lost the spirit and hunger for discovery. Which
We
is
didn't just lose that. We lost all the technology from the Saturn V rocket. They don't even have that anymore. In fact, they don't even have the original film. They erased all the original footage of the Apollo missions. So
But
you
you-
just have copies of everything.
You could develop the technology again. You can do all that.
Sure you could.
If
If you can get through.
What's that? What are you looking for?
Why would they erase all the original footage of the thing? What is going on? Like this, I don't know. Like, I mean, if you could send me some videos explaining why they erased the original footage, I would be 100% on your side. Because I'm like,
No. I
Jovan
think
did say that, huh?
They said, I want to say, I remember somebody talking about this some years ago, but I think they either threw out a lot of footage or whatever, but most
Why?
of that, somebody explained where they didn't realize what they were throwing away.
What?
They didn't realize what they were throwing away.
So you go to the moon, the fucking moon,
Right.
and then you throw the footage away because you don't think anybody gonna care? Like what?
No, I don't think they meant to. But it's like, yeah, they held on to that footage for a lot of years, and then I think they were trying. I wanted to say they were trying to digitize or something. Or they were doing something, but they wound up getting rid of a lot of footage by throwing it away.
That shit sound like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, but physics says that it can be done.
Physics says it could be done. It doesn't mean that we did it. It just means that it could be done. You know.
Yeah, but okay, so
In order to like have a leg up on Russia, we said we did it, but we really didn't. And
the
so
Russians know we went there too. The Russians know that they went there too because they were watching them. The Russians have never disputed it. Neither did any other superpower. They said they saw them go up. But then when they realized that Russia's not up here with some secret moon base or whatever because they orbited the moon, and they were like, yeah, so that's why they stopped going back in 1972.
they said that they found something up on the moon, whatever, so-called up on the moon, that was scary or whatever. That there was a base.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, but like I said, that's whatever ism or what if ism, but it's like, yeah, everybody is saying that, and it's basically white folks that are saying it because it's like, yeah, they want people to think that the world is this real dangerous place and that you can't go anywhere. So psychologically, they're boxing everybody in by saying and spreading all this shit, and we shouldn't fall for it. Yeah, they went to the moon. They can do that. People have a problem with a blue ball floating in a big black void. People have a problem with that. That scares people. It scares people because it's like, yeah, you don't have no control over it.
Okay, all right.
That scares people. I'm like, I don't know why. So, you know what I'm saying? If anything was going to happen, there's nothing we can do about it.
Right. So, okay. So let's go. Let's finish this video. Let's see.
All right.
And likely nothing beyond an ice.
But understand, these satellites out in outer space, every image we've ever had of Earth, guys.
There's no sound.
I don't hear her talking like before. I don't hear us. I just see her
It's
talking.
loud. Does everybody else have sound? Can everybody else hear it?
I hear it loud and clear. It's crazy.
Oh, leave and come back because there's something wrong with your audio. Because everybody else can hear it.
All right, let me get out and come
Fix
back.
your sinus too, bro.
Oh, stop talking like that. That's crazy.
That is CGI. It's all CGI. We'll do a video on it so you can understand. It's all fake. It is 100% fake.
Have you ever wondered why the sky is blue? Do you think the reason they give us is the real reason? Could there potentially be something up there that's blue colored that's making us see blue? Well, if you've ever wondered these questions, stick around. I might give you some evidence to make you think it's something that you never did. Let's first look at why they tell us it's blue. They say blue light is scattered more than the other colors because it travels at shorter, smaller waves. This is why we see a blue sky most of the time. I'm a big believer in Occam's razor, which simply says the most.
Let me just say, growing up, that's not what they taught us. They taught us the sky reflects somehow on the ozone. It reflects the ocean. So I guess it's updated. They always update with new things, right? But growing up, that is what I was taught. Now it's different.
Simple explanation is most often the correct one. So could it potentially be we're just seeing something that's actually blue up in the sky? And when I think of seeing something that could actually be blue, it makes me think of this phenomenon that scientists study all the time, and it's not in the mainstream, and it's called sky ice. Now, this is found largely in Antarctica, and it's called sky ice because it happens to have the exact same color as the sky. Now, why would this have such a low profile? Why wouldn't it be talked about? And why would it be found specifically in Antarctica? Well, I want to let you listen to this gentleman that was in the Army and had an experience, and you can hear what he said, and then we'll talk about it some more.
They had two different kinds of ice they worked on and studied. This is where it gets interesting. One kind of ice was the normal kind that we've all seen. They took cores of it out of boreholes in the ground. Just like normal ice, it was mostly clear and sometimes white, and it would melt into liquid water if it got warm. The whole area of Antarctica is covered in this kind of ice. But that wasn't their main kind of ice. The only time I ever saw them actually studying normal ice was when a film crew from National Geographic came by. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, the scientists were studying something they called sky ice. This stuff was totally different. We were never allowed to go into the laboratory areas of the station because the labs had to be kept super clean, and they said it would mess up their work if they risked letting too many people in the lab. But one time, one of the researchers that I was friends with showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice. It was solid blue. He said that's why they call it sky ice, because it was the exact same color as the sky. We had to wear thick, heavy going outside gloves to handle it. The stuff was so cold, it would instantly freeze your skin if you touched it. I don't remember what the temperature he said it was, but it was something like hundreds of degrees below zero.
Now, it's funny to me that they're always finding this sky ice in Antarctica. And what it makes me think of is how Antarctica, in my world, and a lot of people's worlds, is actually the ice wall that surrounds the known lands that would connect to what we call the firmament. Could it be that the firmament comes down in Antarctica and that's where they're getting this blue ice from?
I don't think that I don't believe in the firmament, sir. You know, I think that what happened is that for some reason it falls there. You know what I'm saying?
He's been debunked several times, so he's just another white guy that just wants attention. And hey, listen to me, I got something important to say. That's basically him.
Because there's other theories saying that there's multiple like when you go past them little caves, it opens up to a tropical thing and it goes further and further and further. So I don't know what to believe. And then if you look at the
yeah, that's what Admiral Byrd said he saw when he was down there.
Right. And I was gonna play that video where he said this. But
Admiral Byrd might have been crazy and all the shit because they wanted to get rid of him. Neil
deGrasse Tyson. Let's see what he's gonna say because I don't know.
Make sure it's not the AI Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
It's not something I would arrange myself, but I got a phone call from an organization called Future of Space. It's all into exploration, not only Earth's surface, the oceans, but space. And they're chartering a ship to Antarctica. Called me up. Said, Neil, you want to join us? I said, yeah. While my passage was paid for, I gave some talks, interacted with all the ship.
Say it again.
What's that?
Oh, I thought you said something.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna just go a little bit into it because he's playing that music. See?
Of explorers as a last stop before Antarctica.
The southernmost city in the world.
Because it's fastest to get to Antarctica from here.
I've been told, I didn't double check this, but I have no reason to doubt, that there's a town in Argentina, Ushuaia, which is the southernmost settlement in the world. What an ideal place to serve as a port of departure for Antarctica. Ushuaia is a town, people go there hiking. I think it's near Patagonia. Forgive me as a geographically ignorant American. I didn't know that was a place. I just thought it was a brand. A beautiful coastal town, fully self-aware of its role in the world as a servant of explorers, as a last stop before Antarctica.
They got this stupid ass music playing, but you know.
Oh, so let me get this correct. In order for you and I to really go to Antarctica, Argentina is the layover.
Yeah, like that's where they all stop before they go across.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just a city kid, so like, what do I know about Drake's Passage? In the body of water between Ushuaia and the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula, that is where the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean meet. I don't know if that alone would be sufficient to make it as choppy as it is, or whether there are other prevailing climactic circumstances. But, oh my gosh, you see the horizon do this. And you say, well, why is the horizon doing that? No, the boat is doing that. And yeah, so I didn't do much eating during that time. In fact, plates would slide off of the tables. So there's a period of time there where everybody's basically on lockdown to get through Drake's Passage. By the way, our ship is relatively modern. Just in the last 5 years, it's been put on the water. It made me wonder, the explorers from the 19th century, 18th century, when they hit storms, what would that be like? If that kind of turbulence was doing that to our modern ship, I can't imagine what it did to any of those ancient ships that sailed the open seas. The fun part was,
before I get into this, I want to show you because another played funky. All right, so Drake's Passage is one of the most violent things. I'm not sure if you guys know about this. About when they
Navy never wanted to go through. They go through there, but they don't recommend going through there. So that's why they use the Panama Canal sometimes.
Oh, so, but the Panama Canal is too high up. They have to go through Drake. Okay, Panama Canal is higher up in the United States. The Panama Canal. What are we talking about?
Well, you could a carrier can't go through there, but a destroyer can.
No, like you said the Panama Canal, like that.
Yeah, Panama Canal is
in between South America and North America.
Yeah, Panama.
Right. So, but once you get closer to Antarctica, that's where Drake's Passage is.
Right, but I was saying that the U.S. Navy doesn't like going through there, but they do.
Yeah, I know you're from the Navy. Could you please blow your nose? I hate that sniffing.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
Blow it. You know. But okay.
Just hot tea, bro. No more sodas.
Yeah.
Hot liquids, bro.
I believe my iPad.
Your nose anyway.
My iPad in the room.
You know, because right about now too, I'm not joking. It's like those respiratory infections, bro. To stay on top of it. You don't want to have a walking pneumonia. You know, like you just be walking around with that. Have
Right now,
fluid on your
yeah,
fluid on your lungs.
yeah, don't be sniffing that back up into you. Any mom will tell you, you don't sniff it back, you shoot it out. So let's go. This is Drake's Passage, you guys.
Yeah. Thalassophobia.
So this is actual Drake's Passage, how it looks.
Yeah, actual.
And so you're going straight down and into the water and then under the water and back up out the water.
Yeah. People have a fear of that how huge that is. So
Yeah, I'm one of them because goddamn, like what the fuck? I don't know what kind of boat. So in order to so that's why it's so much to go because you're gonna go under and up and whatever. So but people say, Neil deGrasse is a paid flunky, whatever, but he talks about the Drake. Let's go.
Conversations that I was able to have with some of the other people who served as part of the attraction of the boat. We actually recorded a Star Talk Live. My two guests for that were William Shatner and Scott Kelly. We love him. He's a twin, you may remember, and we've actually interviewed him before for Star Talk. He is just fun to hear his stories about spending as much time as he did in space, almost a year in space, in orbit, in the space station, International Space Station. We talked about exploration and discovery, compared and contrasted people who came to Antarctica on the frontier of exploration of Earth's surface and how the environment was so hostile to
All right, so let's get into let's fast forward. Let's go.
because of our curiosity. It was on Christmas Eve, 1968. Apollo 8 was orbiting the moon. It was the first time astronauts were launched with a destination in mind. Destination Moon. Apollo 8. They're orbiting the moon. They come around the backside, and lo and behold, there's Earthrise. They took that famous picture of Earthrise over.
But they said that this was a CGI.
They didn't have CGI back then.
Okay.
For the lunar landscape that we all recognize. And on that Christmas Eve, with Earth in view in the distance, 250,000 miles distance, those three astronauts took turns reading the first 10 verses of Genesis.
All right, let's
We're getting ready to see Elephant Island. All of us have multiple layers of clothes on.
This is where I think this is the video where he said that it was almost a $200,000 trip, though.
For periods of time, you don't want to be exposed to the cold temperatures for too long. It's just not healthy, particularly the very windy conditions. And so we each were given a big old yellow parka.
We're getting ready to see Elephant Island. All of us have multiple layers of clothes on. Thermals, pants, waterproof things. And we're going to change into boots because we can't let our dirty shoes get into Antarctica.
Jesus, the music. They just want to do the music. Damn. So this is like what it looks like. This is what he saw. But it doesn't look that fucking cold to me.
Yeah, but it's.
They have their fucking hats on, but they don't have their. I mean, hell, if it's supposed to be 30 degrees beneath the whoop and you know he old and black and you know what I'm saying he something. So these are some of the images he took, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in a flat. He tells everybody that the Earth is not flat. It's a oblong ball floating around in a black void.
Penguin land. Look at this. Sand. This is in Antarctica.
Yeah. Land.
It doesn't look too cold to me.
It's not that. I mean,
let me tell you why it looks crazy to me.
okay.
They are actually walking in the water. Hold on. Look at this. They're in the water.
Probably got them boots on, those waterproof boots.
Man, y'all making up. It's supposed to be below something.
I'm getting the message, all right? I get it loud and clear. There's no, you can't refute certain things that I'll be for the first one to be say, you know what? I learned that I've been indoctrinated through K through 12, you know, and there's a reason why they spoke little about Antarctica and they kept on with the same old shit.
Something to me, and listen, hold on. Let's go into this IRL streamer. He's in Antarctica. He don't even have a hat on, bro. Look at this.
It's not always cold down there.
It's February.
It's not always cold down there. It's not.
Bro, it's February, man.
Hello, how's it going? Not that good. So you have a Starlink? Yeah. Okay, it's confiscated.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a charlatan who never talks about the celestial body of Dogon. NASA scientists learned about Sirius from Dogon. Right, but black people don't even take time to read a book about how the Earth moves. So what are we talking about?
Wait, repeat what you said because we didn't hear anything you said. Go ahead.
Okay, look, black people we don't even like read books anymore. So
Oh, stop this bullshit.
we don't like I'm sorry, but by and large we don't. When we graduate college, that's when we stop.
When did you stop?
I still read.
Nigga, I read. Cut it out.
Yeah, okay, whatever you read. I'm saying, but the masses of black folks don't.
You
It's
bullshit.
clear. It's
Okay,
clear
let
because
him-
everybody thinks
come on, man, come on.
everybody's sitting here thinking that the earth is flat and there's an ice wall. There is some intellectual laziness here, and we're not accepting it. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so
What I'm talking about is this before you mute me. I don't believe into that crippling idea that specifically black people don't read no more. That's crazy as hell.
Prove it to me that we do as a massive body. Prove it to me that we do. I'm not saying that every nigga does, but the majority of us don't.
I'd say the majority of the planet has an issue
I
with
don't
reading.
really care about the rest of the fucking planet.
I'm talking about black people definitely read and write still to this very day in large majority here in this country.
Where?
Here in this country.
The fact that you
there's books coming out all the time, mostly.
yeah, like I said, by and large, black folks ain't reading, or we just don't care about what's going on in our world.
So now we don't care?
Oh, come on, say that shit, bro. Say that shit. Say that shit, bro. Come on now. Really? We're sitting here talking whether we were indoctrinated into a system that we know is corrupt, but yet and still nobody's sitting here
I
reading.
think people can discern. I think
Everybody takes
people.
the Bible at face value. Like that shit is
Nah, most people aren't even reading the Bible like that in this country.
Yeah, okay. We'll disagree on that one.
Nah, they be having Alexa read it to them. They be on some audio books.
Yeah, they're not reading it themselves or trying to interpret it for themselves. They're just taking the word of a guy in the at the church in the pulpit.
Right.
That's what we're doing. Now,
I'm not talking about now. You saying what we doing? I'm talking about.
Hold on, man.
Yeah.
I really want to hear what Mosey Sepple is dry. I want to let him land his plane on that. We are not listening. We are not reading. We don't understand. Let's go into it. Let's go.
okay, so yeah, I still read books. I got a ton of them in my room. Yeah. I need to
What's
clean it up,
one?
but, right now I'm reading George Jackson, Blood in My Eye. So yeah.
We're talking about the Arctic, the ice wall. So stop.
I don't like to look. The Antarctica is just a place that's really, really cold. There's no ice wall. Everybody's tripping off of the blue ice because they keep thinking that it's falling from a dome. They think that it's falling from the sky. And they've already explained that phenomenon, why the sky is blue. They've already explained that. But it's like, oh well, it must be the angels or something, or
Who's that?
it's something that we cannot explain. This is most Christians, just like this chick with the grift. She's trying to sell that shit, and people will believe it.
Yeah, I would say this is that she is trying to bring it into like Christianity and this and the other.
Yeah,
that's why
everybody
I had to like interrupt and say, "Oh, well, you know, I don't necessarily believe that."
She was running around with Andrew Tate a few years ago.
Everybody wants us back into that old slave in the Bible thing. That's where they want us at as black people. That's where they want us at. And some just like, you know what? I can't handle the truth, so I'm just gonna go with it. I done heard that so many fucking times. Like, man, don't nobody want to talk about that pro-black shit. Don't nobody want to talk about that. What about Jesus, man? I'm like, nigga, with some of the behaviors that we have, you niggas don't even believe Jesus.
Well, you know, and I would say this: the Dogon did say they came from a star, and
yeah, they did. And
but are we capable of penetrating whatever the hell it is? You know, I don't know. But one thing I will say is that I believe that we did have a technological revolution at some point that did get like fucking frozen in time, and we had a reset, and that's where you get like a lot of like that Tartarian like stuff. But people would rather believe that there's an ice wall and like we're in like a firmament, but they don't want to believe the Tartarian situation and like there was a mud flood and there was a whole reset and. But at the same time, we want to say that these buildings were built by these people, and you can tell that they did not build these buildings.
Right, but I don't give them these fancy names. I just say black people are the first people on planet Earth. That's it. That's all I say. I don't call them Tartarians. I don't call them Moors, even though we know what Moors means. But I'm like, it's just black people coming up with shit, and white folks, because they didn't come up with none of this shit. They feel inferior, so they're like, oh well, no, we won't say that. We will just say it like this. So yeah, we've been beaten down to the point to where it's like, what's the point? I'll just accept Jesus Christ in my life and I'm good. And I'm like, all right, whatever, bro. What the fuck ever.
But I will say there is something to the Antarctica that's a little bit just. It's not. It might be an ice wall that is like making it a flat Earth and a permanent, but I think there's something to the ice wall about maybe other like that the Earth is bigger than what we ever thought it was. Even the Garden of Eden might be in another like.
No, at one point in time, they know that Antarctica was tropical. That's what they do know. All that says is that the Earth shifts around. That's all it says. The equator moves. That's all it's saying. But nobody wants to believe that. They want what about when Hitler went there and they found all these amazing technologies, and that's where everybody gets lost. They don't want to, and like I said, a lot of people out here, when you ask them to do the research, they can't. Or now, and people are doing research on YouTube, and AI is doing a number and making people believe things that aren't even true anymore. So,
but hold on. They're saying that Antarctica is inhospitable, but
at one point in time, it probably was tropical. A lot of places were on Earth. Yeah.
But hold on.
Okay, cool. It's not such devices. They're not anything that is related to the internet connection.
They took this guy's ice link, but let's see what the IRL streamer, because.
Also, before you continue, I want to add, it was just a night or two ago. It was on Monday. I name dropped what was going on with the Ring of Fire in Antarctica. There's certain things that I will not be able to discuss in full detail, even in character, because I've taken an oath many years ago, and this oath requires me career-wise the conduct of code of professionalism. So there's just things that I'm not going to be able to do, but I know that people for certain, they can find out more and more and run with it. But yes, Antarctica, and even just look what happened Tuesday with the YouTube shutting down, the little cyber attacks that they're trying to fake saying they weren't cyber attacks, or maybe it was a energy thing going on with the hemisphere. I have no idea. I'm not an investigator. I'm not working with the authorities. But lo and behold, we're talking about Antarctica 24 hours later.
What do you mean, Ring of Fire?
A couple nights ago, what was that program that you called DJ Genesis?
Which one?
The one that a couple nights ago that you had the 131K. A couple of episodes ago, I spoke on the Ring of Fire, the annual lunar eclipse that was going to be in Antarctica.
Okay.
Right. And now here we are, 2 days later, discussing what? Antarctica.
Outside.
I'm not a psychic. I'm just a regular, ordinary human from the United States.
I'm fixing to break something down to y'all that y'all probably didn't even like. I don't know if this is on y'all radar.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if this is on y'all radar or not, but I've been kind of holding this information and not talking about it. But Mostly Cephalus says what? That every once in a while, the polar shifts change, right?
Yeah.
It changed the equator and everything. Check out this, right? So watch this.
Cars lift off the highway. Trees pull out of the ground, roots and all. People grab anything bolted down. You have 7 seconds. That's how long Earth's gravity will be offline. After that, it comes back. Everything falls, including the 850 million people who didn't grab hold of something in time. According to a leaked government document, this happens on August 12, 2026. NASA calls it Project Anchor, and they've known about it since 2019.
So NASA had known about something called Project Anchor.
He looks familiar. Who is he? He used to be a TV star?
Nah, this dude.
He has a thing Wi-Fi. It's called Wi-Files, and he's a conspiracy.
He does.
Let's stop calling things conspiracy because a lot of these conspiracy things we found out that the shit that came true because David and I was talking about this fucking Epstein shit for the longest and this shit came out. But let's go into the Earth supposed to lose gravity. I don't know if y'all heard about this.
Yeah, I did.
7 seconds in August. Let's. So there's like a gravity glitch supposed to have. The people that got this damn music and stuff like that.
Oh man, like I said, they'll throw this in.
Let me just play it. All right, let's go.
The Earth is going to lose its gravity August 12th, 2026. That's my birthday, and I'm kind of excited to go over all that would entail. Well, not all of it, but a little bit of it. So a lot of people are like, oh, there's going to be 2 black holes, and they're going to somehow like sword fight or something and pull the gravity, and then we're not going to have gravity for 7 seconds or 6 seconds. Earth is going to lose gravity. That's what they're saying. It's not true. Anyways, what would happen during such a cataclysmic event? Oh, we would just float around and be all like, wee, this is fun. No, the world ends. Well, maybe. I mean, for 7 seconds, it might not completely end, but everything would lose gravity. So you know that core that we have? I know there's hollow earth, but there's also core theory, where basically the earth is pressing down on this core and there is a molten core in the middle of it. Now that's where like all the magma and stuff kind of goes through and all that. Well, there's an immense amount of pressure. So as soon as earth loses gravity, we don't just like float up off the earth. The earth kind of floats apart, and all that pressure
gets to push out. Now, granted, there is rock and stuff holding it together. However, it is going to find tiny little cracks and crevices where it's just going to just shoot that lava straight on out. Now, that's cool, except for our air's also going to float away because like our atmosphere and oxygen and stuff that we breathe gets held down by gravity. So it's just kind of going to go away, but that's fine. That's fine. Now, like I said, 7 seconds, it'll come back probably, maybe. We are going to float up a little bit, and the Earth is so heavy that it's going to have this rotational thing where it just keeps spinning. It's called inertia. Mass or whatever. We don't have as much of that. So we're going to float up, and the Earth is going to continue spinning extremely fast, and we're going to kind of slow down. Now, if you're on the equator, you're screwed. If you're in Alaska or Antarctica, you'll probably be just a little less screwed up, except for the ocean. Crazy thing is, the ocean will also lose gravity. All the gravity. It's just going to float up. It's just going to float in the air. It's blubble on up because there's nothing holding it down. So let's say after 7 seconds, it turns back on. And if the Earth's crust doesn't lift up at the same time to where it's, we're going to have earthquakes either way. It's going to happen. But let's say everything goes perfectly fine, except for the water doesn't get held down. It's going to be amazing because you're going to have an entire ocean, rivers, lakes, all of it. It's all going to just rise up and then it's going to crash down immediately. Like gravity's going to turn on, and as fast as you can drop an ocean, it's just going and there's going to be tsunamis. Oh my God, the tsunamis would be miraculously big. It would be, oh my God, it would be so cool. This would be the coolest movie ever.
Dude, remember that movie? There was a movie called that. What was it called? It wasn't about Earth gravity, but it had like Tom Cruise in that shit, and it was about like, what was that shit called?
Oblivion.
No, it was like something like the next day after or some shit like that.
What?
Was it like the next day after or the day before some shit like that? It was like, what the man? And it was about like some thing, and it was like showing how the Earth was all moving because the poles had shift or some shit like that, and everything was all fucking up. Y'all never seen that? Oh damn, what was that Tom Cruise movie? Hold on. Was it Tom Cruise in that shit the next day later? Or hold
What
on.
do you mean? Like you talking about 2012, the movie 2012?
Was it 2012? The day after next or something like that?
Oh, that's the one. That's another one was Morgan Freeman.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Climate change. Tom Cruise wasn't in that. That was Jake Gyllenhaal.
It was something about not the edge of tomorrow, the day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow. That was with Morgan Freeman, right?
Nah, he was in Deep Impact where he was president.
No, wasn't he in that one too?
I find the damn movie.
Danny Glover was in 2012. He was the president too in the movie.
No, where they froze in those buildings, like they froze, like looked like they was in New York City or something. They froze.
That was with Jake Gyllenhaal and Dennis Quaid. Yeah.
Okay, that was
the day after.
Okay.
Yeah, the day after.
Okay. Yeah, it was Dennis Quaid. He was getting some work back then. Okay.
That all that climate change came in the middle of 2 hours. So that was
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't Tom Cruise, the pole shift.
He was in a movie called Oblivion with Morgan Freeman. That's what the name of that movie was, Oblivion. And it was about people stealing water from Earth and saying that aliens attacked. That's what it was about. Yeah, and this dude talking about if gravity stopped, that means that the Earth stops moving, stops spinning, in order for that to work. So that
I never hear since 2019. I have never heard of this this date. I've never heard of it. I missed all this shit. That shit was.
It's something to make the population do something stupid like buy toilet paper. That's all it is.
You ain't gonna buy no damn toilet paper if you're fucking in the goddamn hole.
Shit. I love toilet paper.
Okay, well,
Yo, I can't wait. Yo, I'm gonna be the only one, and it's like I'm $20 a roll. Yo, $20 a roll, bro. I got mad.
Explain why in 2020 everybody went out and bought toilet paper for COVID.
It's called The Day After Tomorrow, you guys. That's the movie.
Yeah.
And who's in it? Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid and Jake Gyllenhaal, to name a few. Yeah.
Was Elijah Wood in that too?
Nah, he wasn't.
Oh,
Elijah
okay.
Wood was in Deep Impact with Morgan Freeman and
Ah, shit. See, they came out with a bunch of them around the same time. All right, but I seen both of them though.
Hold on, let me
Yeah, they was both good action films. I liked them. Yeah.
This is the one. It's called The Day After Tomorrow. I finally found it. Here we go.
yeah, Hollywood loves disaster movies. So
Meteorologists are at a loss to explain what is causing this weather.
Mexican officials. What you see is happening now.
Oh, like this whole thing is like, honey, there is all these different. So everything is happening. There's like these tornadoes, everything that you could think of: tornadoes, monsoons, tsunamis, then a whole ice hurricane tornado.
yeah, that's what Hollywood does best. Is scare people into thinking like that. Yeah.
But no, that was back. How old was that damn movie? 2004.
Yeah, about 2012.
Okay, shit.
That showed up in 2012. Nothing happened.
But I'm still waiting on the. I see the movie about people floating, like with the gravity, losing gravity.
No, I ain't no movie about
It's not going to, because that's not even like kind of possible. Like, no,
It's not gonna happen. But hold on, because listen, Earth losing gravity for 7 seconds. Look,
How did you know what I'm saying? How did they come up with
News flood. This one has gone viral at the moment. A conspiracy theory claiming that Earth will temporarily lose gravity for 7 seconds on August 12th has gone viral on social media, sparking confusion, anxiety, and a wave of misinformation across multiple platforms. The claim, which began circulating in posts and videos on TikTok, X, formerly Twitter, and Facebook.
They got the white people like floating in the air.
I'm not finna lie. This pseudo science genre it's really popping. This shit popping. It's crazy though, yo. I don't know no more, yo. The lie is better than everything, right?
Yeah, this is what they got us doing. Like, yeah,
This shit wild.
I mean, it might not be 7. Maybe it's 2 seconds. What the lose gravity like for 2
all I
seconds?
know is that in order for gravity to be gone, the Earth would have to stop spinning. And you know what happens when Earth stops spinning? Everybody's gonna head toward the west coast at 900 miles an hour. That means everybody's dead.
Facebook alleges that a rare planetary alignment or unknown cosmic event will cause gravity to briefly disappear, leading to people floating, objects lifting off the ground, and widespread disruption across the globe. Some posts warn of catastrophic consequences, while others encourage viewers to record the moment or prepare for impact. Scientists and space agencies, however, have been quick to dismiss the claim as entirely false. There is absolutely no scientific basis for the idea that Earth could suddenly lose gravity, even for a fraction of a second, said astrophysicists in responses shared by several fact-checking organizations. Gravity is a fundamental force tied to Earth's mass. For it to disappear, the planet itself would have to cease to exist. Experts explain that even dramatic astronomical events such as planetary alignments, solar flares, or passing asteroids do not affect Earth's gravitational pull in any noticeable way. No known natural phenomenon could cause a sudden global loss of gravity without catastrophic and permanent consequences. Despite these explanations, the theory gained traction through sensational videos using computer-generated imagery, misleading scientific jargon, and references to past hoaxes. Some posts falsely cite NASA or unnamed space agencies as sources, though no credible organization has issued any warning or statement supporting the claim.
That's how it starts. That's how it starts. A secretly released report from NASA that they're hiding from us. It always starts like that. It's something that always starts like that. I'm like, all right, whatever. Yeah.
What Kemet saying right there, Kemetic, when he mentioned Delroy Lindo, I know that author. I never read any of his book, but he was a little disturbed though. I could see people taking pages out of certain books that were popping on some conspiracy stuff and just, hey, let's keep this in the algorithm.
Yeah, but here's the crazy part. Our whole thing is controlled by a black hole at the center of our galaxy, Sirius B.
Or didn't they say the black hole was actually expanding and about to suck up the Earth and all this stuff?
No, every galaxy.
Hey, y'all listen. Y'all haven't heard about the black hole expanding?
The black hole.
Yeah, there's a black hole expanding right here in the United States.
No, there's a black hole expanding in. Like, hold on. See, y'all like. Listen, I've been watching all this crazy shit. They said the black hole that's at the center of the thing is expanding.
Okay.
And some odd thousand, whatever years, it's supposed to like suck up everything. Black
We
hole.
won't even. By the time that happens, that's like in what, maybe 5 billion years. I'm sorry, but we're not going to be here for it if it does.
Yeah, it's like I think they say it's two of them. It's like two different ones.
Well, I know Andromeda and the Milky Way are going to collide with each other in 4 billion years. We won't be here for that either.
Yeah, I was speaking about the one in Utah.
What's
called
in Utah?
The Black Rift. People be standing right in between it. They just be going there, you know. It's a big endless hole. People. It's a wild thing. It's a real thing, but it's wild. It's like an endless fall pit, like split in the middle of the ground.
You're talking about.
It's called the Black Rift.
That sounds like another internet hoax.
Nah, this one's is a real thing.
Bro, I'm gonna have
Hello
to ask you where
and
you get the source
welcome.
from.
It is February 18th,
You can look it up
2026.
right there.
Man, they killed us with these AI. Honey, they getting good with the AI. This is how you know it's AI because they eyeballs blink backwards. Look
And
at
48 hours ago, NASA's Deep Space Network logged an event that has a probability of natural occurrence of less than 0.004%. I am not talking about a trajectory shift, and I am not talking about a signal. I am talking about a physical transformation that violates the Roche limit. Picture this. You are looking at
stuttering fake person. But anyway, listen. I'm tired. I've been up all day doing, I've been back working, so I got I be doing like my software engineering thing. Let's get some final thoughts and we've been here for almost 2 hours. Let's give some final thoughts.
Okay. The planet is not going to lose gravity for 7 seconds. That's too accurate. Also, to Kemet TV, the desert gets cold at nighttime. I used to live in Las Vegas. That is a normal thing that the desert, even though it's hot during the daytime, it gets cold at night. Snows out there too. So there's that. You can go down to Antarctica. You can take a trip down there. They have skydiving packages. They have all that. People camp out. People party down there. All that shit. So it's like, we have to stop believing all this shit that we see on the internet. Black people, we take in too much media. We take in too much. So we got to stop with all that. And that's my 2 cents.
Okay. All right. Man in the High Castle. And Castle. You there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
First and foremost, this is a great program, DJ Genesis. I don't think you're shadow banned. It's just
I got like 7 people watching right now. It's okay.
there's people who are tuning into this Nancy Guthrie stuff right now, a whole lot more.
Oh,
For some reason. But we know the reason anyways. Getting back to the final thoughts. Yeah, people, we may be going to war to Iran, and get your toilet paper ready. To get your groceries and stuff. Stay stocked up. Don't be underprepared, Americans. You know they out here to fuck up our lives. And when I say they, I mean the cable company. Damn, they overcharging, right? Isn't that shit crazy? Anyways, I want y'all to have a great night and be safe and stay alive.
All right.
Also, you can look at the Black Rift on YouTube. It is a real thing. It's not that serious, but it is crazy. It's a big crevice in the earth, and there's an endless drop.
Well, no, I heard about that mountain or whatever they say is like shooting out energy. And honey, I watch so much crazy ass bullshit on YouTube, on TikTok and YouTube. Man, it'll make your fucking head spin. The shit I be watching, and I don't be wanting to watch it, but it just shows up on my timeline. There's a big mountain at the top of like the earth. It has a hole going down, and it's emitting this energy and all this other stuff, and like we're in a stimulation and all this other crazy stuff. So
all day, and it just like they're playing the caveman, keep on messing with the satellites. Look at those people on Lake Tahoe, you know, with the avalanche. They playing with the satellites out here way too much. I mean,
6G,
DARPA.
listen, with 6G is using our bodies. Oh, listen, guys, 6G is using our bodies and stuff. But let me tell you, like, this is how crazy I've been about this. Hold on, let me show y'all this real quick. Before we go, I'm gonna show you how deep down the rabbit hole I have gone. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. FLF. All right, check this out. And this shit, all right, watch this. Hold on. I've gone this deep down the whole rabbit hole. Here we go.
So let's talk a little bit about what is the FLFE service. At its core, just like the service work we did during 2012, it's the activation of a high consciousness field or environment. And in case of the service, it's in a home, in a business, around a cell phone, or around an object. And that's really anywhere in the world.
Yes, and the way we measure the influence of this high consciousness field in many ways. One of the primary ways is the Hawkins scale of consciousness. If you look up Dr. David Hawkins, you'll come across his probably most popular book, Power versus Force. In there, he describes a scale of consciousness, or a map, and he describes the protocols in the back of the book on how to measure consciousness. So the FLFE service is in the universal love or unconditional love zone on the map of consciousness, and we'll talk a lot more about the kind of standardized 3D world research a little later on.
Free trial. Or as a subscriber, and it happens instantaneously or nearly instantaneously. So there is not a machine sent to the location. There's not anything you have to do. Once you sign up, the FLFE service is quantumly associated with your property or with your cell phone or object, and it's activated. The field activates, it creates a bubble or an environment around your phone or object, or that encompasses your entire property up to your boundaries. So once it gets activated, that's primary part of the FLFE service, is that high consciousness field. Yeah, as Clayton said, it's in the love zone, in the 550 is on the Hawkins map is where the service starts. There's a slider. You can take it up to 570 at the time we've made this webinar. And that's really in the unconditional love zone, which really people say feels good. It feels great to me. I haven't been in an environment without the FLFE service probably since we started, Clayton.
Yeah, it gets to be something that you don't want to be without. At least that's my experience. I did try one day without it last weekend, which is the first time in I don't know how long, and the world wasn't quite as bright. So it's a good experiment to turn it on and off, which you can do on the control panel. Once you've started your free trial after we've tested your property, you can turn the service on and off. You can turn the EMF mitigation on and off. And as Jeff said, you can slide or use the slider, the consciousness slider in the control panel to experiment with the fields of consciousness that the technology supports. So you get to be your own consciousness researcher.
My boy hiding in.
These really are the principles of FLFE, the service work, the customer service, in the control in your hands in that control panel. So be sure to look at that early email and find that way to access your control panel. And yeah, check it out. Be your own consciousness researcher. It's
They have no souls. What do they know about consciousness?
Bro, I don't know. This is like this. They saying they taking over this whole woke stuff. Like they really serious about they grift.
They're always stealing.
They're
stealing. So now it sounds like the guys in San
I
Diego.
thought he was about to say you better order your corrodic silver too while you at it. You know.
Modern Tesla technology. You know, what can I in my mind? What kind of picture should I have about this? Is it a whole room full of technologies? Is it a warehouse? How does this work?
Well, I could start. Originally, it was a whole room. In fact, there were several rooms, and it was floor to ceiling stacks of plates and coils and shapes, and there was wire. There was basically wired. So there was wire coming in the bottom, out the top, over to the next stack, down to the bottom, over the so the whole thing was wired, and in one room was oscilloscopes and the controls of the current, and there was high-speed alternating current running through.
All right. So just so y'all know, so I mean, I know y'all joking, y'all laughing about this, but what they're trying to do is like reinvent the whole Tesla technology of energy and blah 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 and this and the other. So that's one thing. That listen, like I said, I've been down the rabbit hole, guys, on all type of crazy stuff. So, but to, hey, you can believe in it. You can say it doesn't exist. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I actually subscribed to it. I did the trial. I ain't gonna lie. So, all right. So let me also tell you about this. This is another thing that exists that you guys listen. Be quiet. Stop making fun of me. Don't make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just.
So your household, your yard, and everything, it got that force field around it soon, right?
It's got the positive energy. Okay.
Okay, that's what's popping.
All right. So let's
Move amongst a change of thought.
They be on the Epstein files. Yeah, they look like they've been to the island too.
Okay. All right. I don't make fun of me, but okay. Listen. Watch this. So
today, I know that was no coincidence. We had some conversations anywhere from the fundamental nature of the universe to extraterrestrial life to the pyramids and many other fascinating things. Over time, as our relationship grew stronger, he revealed more and more information to me. And there came a point where he revealed his affiliation to a specific organization that has been in existence for thousands of years. And that's why I'm making this video today.
Was this the Council of Melchizedek?
Decided
Melchizedek?
after a very long existence to finally reveal themselves for who they are, what they do, and their purpose of existing in the first place. I want to start by saying that I am not a part of the organization. I am not initiated into the organization. I have just been approached, prepared, and chosen as a specific messenger of information by this organization. The name of the organization is TLS. TLS stands for the Light System. They've been around for thousands of years, and they do very divine,
Yo, I gotta get up on this riff harder. Y'all was saying crazy stuff when I was talking about the man in the high castle. They on some other stuff. I'm on with the light too. Oh, that's that meditate. Oh shit. That's that new XR stuff right here. He healed now. I like that though. Oh, I gotta get on this for soon.
Look, they got the different kinds of it. So I'm saying, like, y'all, like, if you make fun of people or whatever, but yeah, they got the different.
Nah, they right on this one. Oh shit, that one dope right there. I'm not gonna lie, that one fire right there. I gotta check this website.
It's called TLS. Listen, y'all want to make fun of me, but I haven't checked.
Nah, I can't make.
It's called the light system.
So the last people are related to these ones, to this guy, or is it different?
It's a whole other thing. It's too. They got there's so many different like systems of changing your like the energy and all this other stuff into your surroundings, and they're using like these computers. I'm like, this stuff is going on to a whole nother like level of like feeling off, low energy, feeling scared. You put this thing, they have the cube, but let me tell you something. This shit is like thousands of dollars. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
Listen, they got the spear, like the cube, the pyramid, chair, and this stuff is not fucking cheap. Okay, but they're saying that when they do it, it actually does something. So it helps them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, damn. I mean, I can't afford it. It's interesting to me that
right over here, the light system technology. This is the light system cube. He's recently studied this technology in depth, including a very fascinating comparative study between the light system and other technologies that he's analyzed over the years. Dr. Glenn Ryan also gave me a very powerful letter that outlines this research and so much more, which we'll get into throughout this podcast. We're going to dive into some of this in the following podcast. Get ready. It's about to get a lot of
in the electrical system in the body.
50 years. Just for those who don't know you, why did you get into this work? How did you get into this work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I started my career as a biochemist because I thought biochemistry was the fundamental core of all biomedical research and disease, that it was all happening at the biochemical level. And then I read an article by a PhD scientist who happened to be a nun, and she happened to be studying effects of healing energy on enzymes in a test tube. And she was showing that the energy could affect the biochemistry. And I'm going, holy cow, if that's not exactly the word I use, but if that's the case, if energy can heal like that, then why am I wasting my time studying drugs and chemicals? They're just far more interesting and far more fundamental. So then I started to get involved with bioelectromagnetism.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Which is a discipline of science, a scientific discipline, which is composed of biologists and electrical engineers studying the effects of electromagnetic fields on the body. Now it's split between two, harmful effects and beneficial effects, but electromagnetic fields clearly do affect the body, and it can go in either direction. Cell phone radiation is a good example of harmful.
right. So you have EMF. So what they did, they found out about EMF, and then now I guess they just figured out like some way to use light to transmit the EMF in a different way. I don't
And
know.
all these PEMF devices out there are a good example of beneficial.
I want to ask you on part of your methodology, some of the methods that you've sort of developed over the years. One of them I see is called, according to your letter here, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. And I understand that you use that in one of your studies that you did recently with the light system.
Right.
Before we get into that, your findings and results and so on and so forth,
Not getting
can
enough
you
vitamin
explain
D.
what EIS is for short, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy.
Yeah, it's a fancy name for but it's electrodiagnosis. It basically, it's measuring the electrical system in the body. So the body is composed of many different kinds of energies. And I, being trained as a biochemist, I going like, well, I don't want to measure the biochemistry. Everybody's measuring the biochemistry. I want to measure the energy of the system. So in order to do that, the most logical kind of energy to measure is electrical energy, because the body is bioelectric. The nerves are electrical, the whole brain obviously is electrical. So and EEG measures the electricity in the brain, and GSR, galvanic skin response, measures the electricity in the whole body. But the way I do it is a special way. I use standard impedance spectroscopy, which basically just means you're measuring the electrical properties of the body, whether it's impedance, resistance, which they're related, or conductivity, which you've heard of before. They're all mathematically related. It's all electrical energy, for which the body predominates. And it turns out electrical energy is very easy, not easy, to rephrase that, Western science is really good at measuring electrical energy because everything is electrical.
This
now,
is
when
their
it comes to
Dr.
the
Phil
subtle energies of the
Valentine,
body,
okay.
that's where the science is a little.
What'd you say?
That's their Dr. Phil Valentine right there, or Dr. or Blair. You know,
Where's Dr. Phil Valentine's device that you could buy to like change the
they
energy?
working on it, but I mean, this is how I kind of like this is the new house of consciousness. Basically, this is their diet woke house of consciousness. I got it.
Yeah, but they don't have a soul or a pineal gland. So
I could see this kicking off eventually. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like it could work.
But here's the thing, when you look at this,
What is that going to calm them down though? I mean, like, well, it's neither here nor there. It's just, I could see it. Yep. Give that child some, some hot bubble bath. Put them to bed with this stuff. Your own child. Your own child. Your own child. Put that baby albino in the bathtub with some Epsom salt. Night. Can I have another rice patty before I go to bed with some peanut butter? All right. Yeah. Here's some soy milk. Here's some soy milk with your rice patty.
listen, I ain't gonna lie, I do have the FLFE. I bought into the snake oil, and I said, okay, let me just try. It's like, and actually, I said, okay, well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling the effects of it or not.
It's not. It look like all them healing people with them white people with them healing stuff.
I'm not fixing to put that whatever this is. I don't know what all these numbers are, these codes are, but But I'm just saying. So I'm just trying to tell y'all that there's a lot of shit out there that'll blow your mind. You ain't, y'all say that the Antarctic shit is like. I'm like, bro, there's shit way more interesting than this. You know what I'm saying? They got like this PEMF. Have you heard about the PEMF therapy?
What's PEMF stand for?
PEMF therapy.
Ever heard of pulse electromagnetic field therapy? I'm Dr. Baird. I'm a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. I actually use things like this to help my patients recover from surgical procedures. There's actually a significant amount of evidence that shows that pulse electromagnetic fields can help heal fracture sites. And there's also some studies that says it helps heal soreness and joint pain. We use it in our patients to heal them after surgery. We put it underneath the mat, and when they sit down and they lie on it while we're taking out sutures and everything else, we give them a free 15-minute session where it helps kind of stimulate the healing process and decrease some of the inflammation in the body. If you think about how magnetic fields work, when you circulate blood through your body, your heart pumps, right? If you think that your heart pumps the blood all the way through by the hydrostatic forces of the heart alone, you're incorrect. When those blood vessels get very small, it's a magnetic field that actually transports those fluids and those nutrients to the capillary level. So our bodies are very in tune to magnetic fields around us, and using certain frequencies can actually help the body heal and distribute nutrients more efficiently. I use these mats when I go to bed at nighttime because they help me relax, and I also put my kids on them too when I'm reading them a book to help them settle down and get closer to sleep. I also use them to help me recover after exercise and other activities, and it also helps with wound healing, especially for our patients. So if you're interested in getting learning more information, do your research online. There's a ton of different products. I have the Centropix Cloud Plus, but there are definitely other different types of brands that are out there that you can use. They are a little bit pricey, but do your research on the brands that you're interested in to see if it might work for you.
I'm telling y'all, there's things out here that y'all don't know about. Y'all laughing about it, but I'm just saying, these white people are coming together and healing themselves, wherever the hell it is.
They can't heal themselves because they can't. They have no soul or no pineal gland. So what are they talking about?
Red light therapy, yeah.
Do you think that this stuff is loosely connected to the place out there in the Ozarks where they have their own community? Like, like how the movement is. Like, do you think this mindset, this new age stuff that is being promoted, what we're seeing is loosely connected to, separating and having your own community? And
their community failed because now that they ran out of money and they need help because white folks don't like each other like that.
Right.
I don't think it is. I think that there are certain people that are into like this type of thing, and they create all these different things, and they're might be in Arizona or different parts of America. Man, you'd be surprised what white people have been doing this whole time. They've been going to the Andes Mountains and learning from the shamans. They get into the Tesla thing. They get into all this stuff. Now, the guy that brought up the TLS thing, he's not even white. He's Indian or Pakistani or something. You ever heard of like this channel called Gaia?
Yes. The actual fact, my first time I ever hearing about Gaia was in 2011. I went to the GNC store, and there was this vitamin, or it's called Sound Sleep. And when you shake the bottle, it sounds like there's little marbles in it. But that's the first time I heard of Gaia. And then I found out there was a website, and now I see 12 years later, 13 years later, that I see it on Amazon TV, things of this nature. Like I see how they were loosely connected to Jordan Maxwell, and I've seen the progression. But like I said, I first seen the company at a GNC store. But this is the same company.
Well, I would say this is that, so I would say that people that were into the whole Gaia network had modalities of healing. You know what I'm saying? So you have some shamans, you had some people that knew how to do radio, blah, blah, blah. You had some people that actually, so even crazy, even in the military, when you go to the VA, instead of them giving you ibuprofen or whatever, they have this thing called battlefield acupuncture, where they put these little things into your ear. Everybody's getting into this like alternative way of doing. So they don't give you like pills no more. They give you like battlefield acupuncture, right? Mm-hmm. They take these little small needles and put it in your ear in certain areas. They're supposed to like, I guess, get your mind off the pain somewhere else because your ear is hurting. But I mean, whatever it is, you know, I don't know. I still don't understand what it is. But it's called BFE, battlefield acupuncture. So BFA. So and this is stuff that's even happening, and they might be just testing it out on us in the VA, this military shit they're doing. But
I
ain't sleep on this stuff. Listen.
No, you can't. But I'm glad you kind of brought up Gaia and saying like the network. You kind of more made it clear to even like my pathway of connection to where I remember and how I see the brand. Still, it wasn't some. I seen it from a herbal GNC store sense, but now when you put it together, like this whole network has always been promoting the pathway of spirituality.
Yeah, exactly.
And they do, you know, it has that they have a sting to it where I mean like they are talking also like about the bunkers and all that other stuff too, if you look at it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm not finna lie. I have followed that company. Yep, I have followed that company because, you know, I'm someone when studying herbs and medicine.
What are you saying?
I would early on, way before kids, I would say to myself, you know what? Let me try valerian root. And I tried to put the pill form, but then I learned that, hey, there's a bark form, like a real tree root form that will make you sluggish if you drink too much of it the very next day. You know, so I started to learn more and more when I started to receive Papa Ozane. I was never initiated. But at the end of the day, so Gaia was one of my things that I came across because I did have issues with getting real sound sleep at one time. And but now I think I found my own menu like other people have. But it's so expensive now to kind of eat healthy than it was earlier on for myself, you know. I know other people have tried veganism. I was into macrobiotics, different type of eating portions of fish and, you know, couscous and quinoa but I weighed way more than I did today.
But here's the thing: is that they have this thing called sound therapy, right?
Okay.
So, right, Hertz and stuff like this. Now, like Black folks are not talking about like sound therapy. I did a whole show with 607, right? And what all that the shaman was doing on that show was she was ringing a bell that was at a certain hertz, and then using a certain like percussive thing. And you combine those two things, then you get like you get to clear energy. And then she used like the feather to clear the energy. But here's the thing: people say that's pseudo, but until you do it, then you see exactly what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Because all it's doing is it's a certain sound. And we're all made of. Matter is, you know, vibration. So like bells, they got rid of all the bells in the world, right? And so white people are all into all this vibration and sound and all these like, you know, tuning forks and bowls and all these different like levels of sound. We think it's funny, we joke about it, but they're heavily into it, you know. And we're left.
I don't know about the heavily part, but I know they're into it. Yes,
They're heavily into it. There's a
they're
whole
into it.
listen. How many people? Listen, there's a large community of people that's really into this stuff. You know, and they call it, oh, it's a new age, but there's nothing new age about it. Sound creates frequency there, and you can heal through sound. I mean, that's what they knew in Africa, and that's why when they do like these ceremonies, they use the drum and they use like the bells and they use all these different things and they sing a certain frequency because the best instrument is song, you know. And when you go to the so-called club, that's why that certain like songs will have people fighting. Some will want to have sex. Certain ones will make you want, because people already knew that. And then the people that were in charge of the industry knew that this vibration did certain things to people. That's why they were able to manipulate people. But the thing is that now what's happening is that you have like certain people that probably would never listen to the music that we listen to and only listen to like healing binaural beats. Have you ever heard of binaural beats?
Yes.
And that's when you like that whole hemi sync. But the thing is that we don't talk about that in our community. We only talk about bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And then when we bring this type of stuff up, it's like kind of laughed at. But I'm like, hey, you know, I mean, I'm for it. I'd rather like know about it and look at all this shit and see what's up and okay, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, people just want to just say, okay, what do you think is happening in the church when you're singing to Jesus? You think it's Jesus that's making you feel better, or do you think the vibration of the fire and the organ, which is why they call it an organ,
Right.
why is it called an organ? Before, organs used to be big old pipe things that they played, and people would go to church to be healed by the organ, and it would heal their organs. The bells used to play, and it would create a certain. But they cut off all the bells when medical. But here's the thing: I'm not gonna get too deep, but I'm gonna say this: as much as people laugh about the stuff I'm showing y'all, you might want to look into. You know, that's all I gotta say.
I agree. You know, I agree with what you're saying. Even to the extent that when I saw that video, I said to myself, even though I'm aware of these things, I was like, you know what? It made so much sense. I was like, you know what? They're already now pushing this stuff. They're pushing at this stuff, and I see that this is like the right time more than ever. Where
actually not pushing it because everybody's not. No, what they're the stuff they're pushing is Epstein.
they have the websites up. That's what I mean.
Well, no, but here's the thing. I heard about the light system. I heard about that shit like before the website was ever up.
Okay.
That's why it came to my feed, because I was watching this shit on Gaia. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not getting that in their feed. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I ask you about when so Gaia there's a way now are they giving more product for like freely, or people have to like subscribe now more, like pay for it?
Oh,
for the full videos.
Say it for what? Say it again.
People have to now pay for the full videos, like become members now to see the full videos.
For which full video?
For Gaia, GAI, you know,
like a free trial, but then eventually you have to pay for it.
Gotcha. No, I mean, I'm not gonna knock the achievement or community. But if I had to reference again, like I said, I read a book around the same time called Selling Sickness. and about like the pharmaceutical companies and what they were doing. And then that's when I was like, you know what? I'm going to the GNC store. And that was the company that I saw was Gaia. And when I was doing all my couch surfing days, just before it ended, you know, my couch surfing days, I mean, this is better than, there's things, that product was better than anything that a pharmacy could prescribe. And eventually, I was able to, I didn't have to go prowling anymore at nighttime. I didn't have to, I was able to finally rest on my own. But this was part of the journey of, you know, I said I want to eat healthy. There was this restaurant, there was a Rastafarian vegan restaurant. And I took one of my wives there, you know, one of my baby moms there early on. And we sat down and we would come, they had all this vegan stuff, like vegan ice cream, like it was no milk or nothing. But long story short, every time we would go there, and this is a Black-owned restaurant, supposedly, right? Mm-hmm. And it's in the hood. But every time we went there, it was these people. And I asked the owner, you know, like the people, like, I was like, what's going on? They said, these people, these white people, they come from all over. They're not even from Connecticut. They have a whole directory, and we happen to be, our restaurant happened to be on it. And this is one of the things that I would say, that they were getting their money more. The community give their money to the Chinese restaurant, but would less frequent that Rastafarian restaurant. It was these people.
I'm trying to tell you.
I read about this restaurant in a newspaper because, you know what? They gave it a 5-star review saying, oh, they serve black rice. I was like, what's black rice? I want to try it. And then that's the restaurant where I went to, but it was always them who were there.
I'm trying to tell you is that y'all need to look into what these white people are doing. Please.
They were called Aki vegan eggs. They were literally like, I mean, this was so many years ago, but it's like they have been on these things and keeping it to themselves. And it didn't. And like I said, this was a Black-owned restaurant. And I was just had to figure, I was like, why isn't we were the only ones up in here? And they're like, yeah, they have a directory. Like, these people come from Maine, they come from Rhode Island. Yep. But
listen, I'm not. The only reason why I even like sharing this is I got like 7 people in the chat, and I ain't trying to listen. If you listen, only people that's meant to know is going to know. But I'm gonna tell you this: y'all need. If I don't care what y'all think, y'all might think, oh no, that shit is pseudo. Okay, take your listen. Go ahead and just go to the. It's called the Light System. It's on YouTube. It's called TLS. Go to that one. And then look up that FLFE. I swear to goodness, listen, I don't care what nobody says. I felt a shift. When I fucking activated that shit and I took it off, I was like, oh, there was a difference. And I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but there's a whatever the fuck is going on, there was a difference in before I paid for that shit, and I had to treat the free before I did the free trial. I did the free trial. I don't know what the fuck it was, but listen, I don't care what nobody says. Y'all laughing, but okay. Because my thing is you're already getting EMF, so okay, all right, y'all don't have to believe me. Bombing Heaven used to speak about the frequency warfare being used in music when they switched all music to digital versus tracks. Exactly. And also the frequency coming off your phone, 6G now. I bought the newest fucking phone, And I thought it was gonna be 5. That shit, I looked at that shit, it said 6. I was like, God damn, so I'm an antenna now. So I'm like, of course listen, I already know they use, so if they can use your phone to make you into an antenna, what makes you think they can't use something positive to like switch that energy up? So,
Right. So when you speak about the 5G on your cell phone, okay, or the 6G, so does your service it phases like it does 6G, but sometimes it just does only 5G?
Oh, that shit stays 6G.
Stays 6G.
That shit 6G all the way.
Damn.
That shit's like just boom. And I'm not gonna lie, is that 6G signal, it makes you addicted to it. I'm not gonna lie, because I have had to like be like, let me turn this shit off. Like it makes you want to sleep next to it and all kind of wild shit. So like it makes you just be connected to your phone. It's weird. I can't describe it. You get one of these like Samsung, whatever, with the 6G on it. It
Right.
makes you sleep next to you. Makes you want to like have that phone connected to you at all times. Like I would have that bitch right next to my nightstand on, and then I can't sleep. I have an issue with sleep and all type of stuff. But it's interesting because there's a black guy right now that has this thing called the Moolah phone that's still on 4G. But I'm gonna just say, because I might switch over to the Moolah because they're still on 4G. I don't know if I want to have 6G because 6G. That shit is it's addictive because it makes you constantly want to like be picking up your phone, looking at it. I can't describe what the feeling
The resolution is crazy.
Yeah, like people don't look like people. Everything looks like AI. Like they make everybody look smooth, and then it's But what I noticed when I did buy into the FLFE, and I'm gonna tell you what. I could not sleep, right? I'd be up on video games and shit all night. I have not touched this fucking video game. I played this thing called Last War. I used to fucking play that shit every 5 seconds. Since I have put that shit on, I have not touched that game. You see, I wasn't even on yesterday. It almost makes you like not even want to even get on the phone as much. And like even me broadcasting, it's like it kind of like just I don't know. I can't describe it. I don't know what the fuck it is, but there's something to it. Y'all can like laugh all y'all want, but I did subscribe to that shit to see what would happen, and there is a difference. I moved my altar that was on the outside of my office that's in here into my office. Once I like started doing that, I moved my actual ancestor altar that was in the front to the actual office that I'm in. I actually set up my divination system. I don't know. I can't describe what's going on because.
So I'm gonna ask you a question.
I was procrastinating.
All right, so no, that's fine. I get no, because I was okay. So your ancestor altar is not where you're sleeping, right? It's you moved it to your office as well.
It was in the front of my house. I have a foyer type of, when you come into my house, I have like this area when you first come in. It was there. And I always was intending something had told me to move it into my office right here where I'm at. So now my ancestor altar is right here inside my office right now, behind me.
Interesting. Wow, why? I mean, no, like it compelled you to have like more clear space. Like
no. No, it's a little deeper than that. I can get into it, but it's from it'll be too hard to explain, but it is out of sight, out of mind. I just put it like that. Out of sight, out of mind. Insight, in mind. If I'm always here, I need to have that there because as a child of Oya, that's my origin.
When's the last time you done smudging?
I don't do smudging. That's not really an African thing. That, if I do it, it might be because someone might have a bacteria or something like that. It might be sick. And so for that area, I will use like sage to clean the bacteria out of the air. But where my ancestors are, I don't want to clear their energy. Sage clears all energy out. So you don't use sage.
I would even have to use the term smudging, but do you ever use sage? Period.
I do, but not for what I found out, because when you do that, it clears everything. It clears everything. Everybody. It ends everything. And so it opens up for like anything to come in because you don't have that protection. So you don't use sage. You might use it, like I said, you use it for like antibacterial purposes. Like if I have like a bathroom or whatever, I would put sage in that bath. Like say if my water was off, right? I burnt sage in that bathroom to keep the bacteria down until I took my water off, because sage is an antibacterial when you burn it.
I'm not gonna lie, because I smelled sage burning in my hallways in my tenements not too long ago. But the only reason why I brought that up is because I would love, like, I'm hybrid. I like doing showers and baths still to this day, but I love doing baths, lights out sometimes, and just chilling. And it's been a long overdue. I haven't done it, but it's one of the most relaxing echo chambers.
I take baths every single day. And
right.
And I do the night ones in the dark and in the daytime, in the morning. I do it in the without the dark, because of course,
Right.
But
right.
But if you like put the salt into the bath, you combine salt and the water, and then you speak into it. You can also put cinnamon in your bath. Also, it's called there's a thing called efun. It's like this white chalky thing that looks like egg white. But you put that into the bath. Also, you can like use goat's milk. You can like take white flowers and all that. There's a whole bunch of different like spiritual baths you can take to cleanse energy. One of the biggest ones I know is honey. Sunflowers, efun. It's like an Oshun bath, and that's to bring more love into your life. Honey, sunflowers, like a little bit of like salt, and perfume, things like that. And then when you really want to go really deep, then you have to do a Omiero bath. And that's where you take the certain herbs, put those things in the bath, and that will cleanse you. Also, if you take a bath and you do it like a certain temperature, and then you put like cold, you alternate that with cold water over your head, that could actually remove some negative thoughts and energy like that, because it's that contrast of like hot. Because a lot of us are hot-headed, so you have to like kind of use that contrast like to all this stuff is really about, like when it really comes, this is witchcraft, but really all this stuff is really about behavior modification. That's all it really boils down to. Witchcraft is behavior modification. Now you have some witchcraft that is about like just some other shit, but that's pretty much what it really boils down to. It's like if something's going on wrong, so you're told to do something to change the direction that you're going.
I agree.
Scientifically, that's all it really is. But people like demonized it, Hey, so
I agree. I believe that for myself, I've never wanted to. I've always felt that there was another way to regulate my moods, the tensions, my demeanor. I don't know it all, but I over the years, from a teenage person to who I am today, I feel that I've found more direct leadership to govern what's going on with myself internally.
The biggest
And,
way to figure out what's going on with yourself internally is to adopt the basic divination system. Listen, divination helps you to like have answers. You don't have to go through life and not know what the fuck is going on, right? If you can like if you can just flip a coin and say, should I go in here and should I not? Boom. Like, but the bottom line is that we have like different modalities here for us to not just walk in the world blind. But I think that with some of these Abrahamic faiths, even though they use divination, they shun every divination for the common person, because at the time there were actual priests you went to get the divination, right? But they don't talk about that. They say, oh, no, you're not supposed to do divination, it's evil, right? But there were specific priests that you would go to for divination. But when you go into like different aspects of Africa, you'll find out that even children had a divination method. You don't just walk through this world blind as the bat and don't know what the hell's going on. So as much as like, and then here's the thing, AI is really divination. Let me just break that down to you. AI is really, it's divination. You ask it a question, it gives you an answer. That's all it really is. You could actually ask AI, what should I do about my day about this? And it'll give you an answer. Well, what you should do. It's like a Ouija board, right? Not even a Ouija board. This is just a divination method, but you have to understand what the true meaning of divination is. So all y'all Christians that are out here using Chat GPT, you're really using a divining tool and don't even know it.
your smart device is your Pachet, which is the Ouija board Q. It can be used just like that. The Pachet that you would move on the Ouija board, your smart device, the everyday person's smart device is used in such a manner.
You're looking into a black mirror. If you turn the phone on, you're looking into a black screen. And that's called a scrying, okay? But see, here's the thing is that people can get so wrapped up in to just the religiosity of everything and don't even realize that they're even using witchcraft even when they're using cell. Because that's what's scrying, right? All they did was take a black screen and then just illuminate it. But the bottom line is that it's like feeding off of your energy, right? That's why you see when you talk or whatever, it shows you what you want to see. Like, if you really want to get deep into this, it could go really deep down a whole rabbit hole that you guys probably are not even ready for. But go look at a scrying. There's so many. If you go to a witchcraft store and see what scrying looks like. It looks just like your phone when you turn it off.
What do you guys call your witchcraft stores where you're at? We call them botanicas up here, but for the most part.
Botanica is a little bit different than a witchcraft store. A botanica is for like people that are into the Ifa faith or different like aspects of like religions that are based in like a spiritual like nature based tradition. When you go into a so-called witchcraft store, you're not going to go to a botanica and get a crystal ball that you're going to watch out for, because if the sun hits it the right way, it'll catch some shit on fire. But you're not going to be able to go to a botanica and get like stones and stuff like that. So there's specific like witchcraft stores where they are specifically for that European witchcraft type of stuff, where you get like into scrying and like stones and crystals and that type of thing.
Would you utilize both?
Yeah, I have. I bought like I also use like pendulums and stuff like that because there's different types of divination tools. So sometimes like you might use several divination tools to like to divine with. I might need like a certain rock to like attract a certain energy, but I'm not gonna go out into like the volcano and get the rock. I go to like that store that has it. So, but they're not gonna have those rocks at the Botanica. Botanicas are more.
They're not going to have pyrite at the Botanica.
Exactly.
Right.
So I wouldn't call it.
I got you.
I wouldn't
on that
call it a Botanica witchcraft store. This is okay, and witchcraft is really not even what you want to call it, but like it's okay. People want to call it what they want to call it. The bottom line is that like you have like the European aspect, and then they have like figured out how to like go to all these places, get all these rocks, sell them, put them into a place, you charge them up, whatever. They learn how to to monetize off of like that whole aspect, and they called it New Age. It's been going on since the 70s and 60s, and in the LSD era. You know what I'm saying? So, and
now
it's called the oldest witch store in Texas, and it's actually in Greenville, Lower Greenville. And you can get a lot of stuff now. Like when I first like began to like learn about stuff, I did go there and I did get a few rocks and stuff, and but I did buy some tarot cards, but I like gave those away because I'm not really into tarot. But you can get like tarot cards from there and all this different like Kabbalic stuff and whatever. But I just use the cowrie shells. But when you talk to people in those stores, they don't really know that much about Ifa because Ifa is a closed practice. You don't,
definitely, yeah.
So people that go to a Botanica usually know about Ifa or know something about that but the people that own the Botanica might not even know about Ifa. That's what's crazy about it. You can go to a Botanica and they know nothing about Ifa, but there's no to sell you the products. That's nothing that's weird about the whole situation.
That is true. And that is something that is not talked about enough. Now, not to take you off subject, are you aware of like of the tarot card genre that's on YouTube?
Yeah, I am. Yep.
And they have dedicated channels, so many, with lots of watchers.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I like to watch Mystic Beauty. I like to watch her, and there's a few other ones, but yeah, my main one is I like to watch her. There's a couple ones that are on point. Some people are. One thing about tarot is that sometimes they want to always sell you that there's some lover that they're looking for you, and they're suffering right now because they're not with you. And when I like hear too much of that shit, it's like I'm not
right.
There's always come on some lover that's like trying to find you, and when they get too deep into that too much, I stop listening. And even my friend Mr. Beauty, sometimes she gets into that a little bit time, but you know what I'm saying. But when they do those general like readings for the collective and stuff, it gets kind of weird. So
yeah, I for some reason I'm pretty sure after tonight these things will probably be popping up on my algorithm. But I've seen some of these people like there was one woman or sister like she'd be wearing almost like a negligee, but at times she'd be crying too. Like she gets so into it. Like you could tell that I'm not gonna say it was fake. You could tell that it hits her, and but also too, like I see these genres even with the ASMR. They're not going away. These people would say, I don't know, pseudoscience still, but they're not going away. They're only gonna gain more momentum.
And I feel like the more I begin to talk about this, I might lose my little audience, but it's okay. It's going to come back again.
What do you think about that shutout last night? Because you weren't on it, but YouTube, there was at least 400,000 subscribers that you could get on, but you couldn't enter your homepage. It would say try again.
Oh, is that what
Roku was out, Amazon was out.
That's Iran.
It was for like 45 minutes, maybe the most.
What? That's
Yeah.
That's Iran. And now that's what they were talking about, that there was a hack. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I think they were
Roku, Cloudflare was fucked up as well, all at the same time. AWS, Amazon.
Hold on.
And this happened around like 8 o'clock East Coast for me. I was affected too, but I could watch YouTube, but I would have to watch videos that were already playing, already streaming, were already in live stream. But I couldn't enter the homepage and just type up something. It would just say try again.
I wasn't even on YouTube yesterday. I was at home. That's what's crazy about it, because I was not even paying attention. I was in my bed chilling. But let me play this real quick. I'm gonna play this. That's interesting. Wow. So let's get into it. If you want to know about it, want to talk about it, let's hear it. Let's hear it go.
Iran, perhaps, have the millions of Epstein files that the Trump regime continues to conceal, have they been hacked by a foreign government? Iran, perhaps. Have foreign governments, Iran, perhaps, have they hacked into the emails of Donald Trump, of people in Donald Trump's regime, of other people who are identified in very grotesque and despicable ways in the Epstein files? We know that Iran has a history of hacking Donald Trump and people in his regime. And Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of...
Let me just say this. So you see how he's wording this. He's letting you know that there was a hack. They say that they did it, the hack, but I'm just reading between the lines about this. Watch
Iran has hinted that he possibly has information that could bring down Donald Trump and the regime. Here's what Khomeini says. This island of corruption is only one example. There is much more of this. Just as this was not apparent and then became exposed, there are many other things that will soon come to light. Everything we had ever heard about their corruption is one thing. This affair of that morally corrupt island is another altogether. These are indicative of what Western civilization and liberal democracy are. They proceed for 200, 300 years, and this is the ultimate outcome. Now, we know that in 2024, Iran hacked the Trump campaign with a spear phishing operation. Microsoft alerted the Trump regime that they were hacked. Frankly, the Trump regime knew they were hacked before Microsoft alerted them, but then the Trump regime had to go public when Microsoft had to go public with the data breach. So what did Iran get in 2024? You may recall someone by the name of Robert, who was representing the interests of Iran, went to media outlets to try to give them dirt on Donald Trump at that time. There was an indictment against Iranian hackers that followed in September of 2024. Thereafter, Iran hacked Trump's Truth Social media platform in June of 2025. And
now everybody that be talking about, oh, you only listen to like the leftists and these left-leaning channels. What Republican right channel is talking about this hack? So sometimes I gotta listen to these channels because I don't see it over there. What's going on?
Iran said that they got a lot of sensitive information by hacking Truth Social. Whether that's true or not, we don't yet know what they got in that hack, but it is undisputed that they hacked Truth Social when Trump struck Iran, when he attacked Iran's nuclear facilities back last June. Iran utilizes very sophisticated hacker groups. The 313 team is.
But I'm gonna tell you something that's even worse, right? Because Israel did just give like Google like several $billions. I believe what happened is they had an update on YouTube. They had an update. And anybody talking about this, that, the other, just like they had an update on TikTok. This is like it might have been just a thing that they could blame on Iran, but really it's like them updating their system, like say, oh, okay, if you talk about this, boom, you ain't gonna get no views. Because
I like how you said update as well, and also I like to add in addition, Netanyahu also mentioned within the last couple of days. I saw it on Watching the World. Netanyahu wants to buy Twitter, X now.
But he already gave him Google like what X amount of $billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense.
So they had to like put that update, and so sometimes when they like do when they do a push of the new update, it might go down for a second and then come back up. So that might have been a push, right? But it also could have been at the same time that Iran. So there's something going. I don't know whether it might have been Iran fooling around, or maybe they did do something and they gave them a reason to like put that new push on there with the security updates and this.
And I'm glad that you're bringing this up, because after this whole that 45-minute experience like resolved itself, I didn't even try to look into it, like really what happened. I was just like, yeah, it was probably a cyber attack, but no one was saying anything.
Mm-hmm. Tell me this: how did I go from getting over 100,000 people watching my videos to 6?
Okay, I'll just answer that real quick. When you mentioned Hillary Clinton, that definitely could have been it. Also, Hillary, the one thing that I would say, the reason why she wants live TV, she is a Yale law student, and she was also between 1988 and 1991 ranked one of 100 best, most influential lawyers between those years. She can handle you. She handled even the what was it called? The Whitewater scandal. She handled that on her own. So what I'm saying is, there's a reason why she wants to go live testimony, because she can handle that pressure. She's a lawyer.
She's married to her first cousin.
And she's not a regular floozy look. She's skilled. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
She's married to her first cousin.
But listen. But here's the thing: a lot of other people were talking about the story that did not that are not getting bottlenecked right now. So
I like how you use that term, bottleneck, in your situation, or yeah, that would be it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
the bandwidth was bottlenecked with while it's suppressed still to right now.
I'm trying to tell you is that so I believe that they did a security update. They did like a push, like a GitHub. If you are a software engineer, you have your security patches, and you know that you have your full push. So that full push happened. That when you said it happened, that's when it happened. And now, if you put certain things into your thing, it's not fixing to give you nothing. So
And essentially, it's happened around the 8 o'clock area for me with what you're talking about right now. Because basically, you did like what, a half hour or an hour of that one that got you pulled away from, and now you're doing 3 hours. So it's roughly what, like 7 o'clock, 8 p.m.
But let me tell you why. Who watches the internet at night?
Hillary Clinton is married to her first cousin.
Right, but who watches the internet at night?
Who watches the internet? I don't.
Okay, it's
Professional.
11:05 here. What time is it overseas?
Oh yeah. Them.
Now, when I started my show in the morning, I got 100,000 views. But I started my show tonight at night. So I'm gonna test this theory out that if I do it in the daytime, I'll probably get views. But I'm doing it at night when people from overseas can watch it, and so it's suppressed. Listen, what's so funny?
Hillary Clinton is married to her fucking first cousin.
Okay, all right, we heard that. So,
Yeah,
but okay, yeah.
And the fact that her and Obama killed Gaddafi.
Okay, we knew that.
Okay, all right, that's all I got.
That's not explaining why my shit's being toggled right now. I'm just saying, like, I mean,
Okay, what do you think Hillary will admit to if she's granted a live testimony, live television?
They're not gonna do that. All they're trying to do.
He's not going to be granted a live testimony. They already have it scheduled for New York, like I think in a couple weeks. So it's already scheduled. They're going to like switch over to live.
All they're doing is seeing what we're gonna do. That's all they're gonna do. Hillary and Bill ain't gonna fucking testify to shit. All they're just gonna see is, all right, well, these niggas still vote for us, though. That's all they're gonna see. They're gonna see what we can tolerate and stand. That's all they're trying to see. That's all it is. It's a psyop. It's like, yeah, let's see what these motherfuckers will do. They know we're monsters. Let's see what they'll let us get away with.
I don't know, man.
There's only thing's missing is that no one has said that I fuck kids. Ain't nobody said that. They're short of that.
You know what? The one thing I would add on Pan African. I'm not sure what your name is. What's your name?
Who? Oh, Mosi.
Mosi.
Mosi. M-O-S-I. Mosi.
Mosi.
M-O-S-I.
Mosi. What I would say is that it would be interesting though if the jury was to ask Hillary, "Hey, now show this picture of this portrait of your husband, Bill Clinton. Is that your husband in this dress?" How would she be able to answer that?
She's
like, what's this portrait about?
She's not like, bro. All they're doing is, like I said,
That's crazy shit.
They're never going to get to that point where Bill Clinton has to fucking say that shit in open court. Neither is she. They're not going to do it. They're just playing with us. They're just toying with us at this point. That's all they're doing. Let's see what, you know what I'm saying? Do the people like monsters? Yes, they do. They love it. So she's never going to get to that point. Neither is he, because he threatened Trump with it. And these guys used to be friends when Trump was a Democrat. They were all buddy and chummy.
I want to see if they want me to just be on some black shit. Hold on.
If you go all black, they're gonna shadow ban you.
Oh no. I think they want niggas to like stay in nigga business. Let me
Crockett is better than me.
Oh yeah, keeping us dumb and all this shit. Yeah.
Now, as you guys know, yesterday Jasmine Crockett was snubbed on going on the Stephen Colbert show. Now she explains in this video she had no problem with Tallarico getting the interview, just as long as she was allowed some time to come on the show and explain her policies and what she wants to do for the people of Texas, as her and Tallarico are both running for the Democratic seat. Now, Jasmine explains, like, she said, yeah, it's cool, whatever. But for whatever reason, Colbert didn't want to come up with a time or a place for her to come on. So you know what he did? Oh, we just going to put it on YouTube and not give her an interview. To me, that was dirty as hell. But let me go ahead and let Jasmine Crockett tell you guys. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's go deep into this.
Is he pro Jasmine Crockett?
Jasmine Crockett is a caricature of black women. That's all she is.
Here we go.
Eager to hear what she has to say about all of it. Joining me now is Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. She's, of course, a candidate for U.S. Senate. There's so many things to talk to you about, and I'm so grateful you're here. Let me just start with some of the news from today, which I just outlined. I mean, in CBS's statement on what happened with Colbert's show last night, they name-checked you. I mean, they said this: the show was provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for 2 other candidates, including Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. What do you make of that explanation?
We actually received a phone call, and that was a little bit earlier today. And in that call, they explained that they actually told CBS that they could go ahead and move forward with the interview of James Tallarico. They just needed to offer me equal time. I did not get a request from the Colbert Show to go on. As you know, I've been on Colbert multiple times. And frankly, if we would have gotten an offer, that would have been great, but we're in the middle of early voting. So I'm kind of focused on being in Texas at this moment. I don't know what to believe, that's for sure, but I got that phone call as I was out talking to voters.
That's it. So there's so many things to talk to you about again, but they called you today, but they decided not to air the interview last night. You've been on Colbert a number of times, as you just said. Did you have any issue when they were going to air the interview last night, when they promoted it, or when it was supposed to air, or did anyone from your campaign?
No, we didn't have an issue. I mean, we've never run into an issue with Colbert. And even as you talked about The View, supposedly this FCC complaint came about because I had more time than Mr. Tallarico when I went on there after I declared my candidacy. Listen, I will tell you that I have no love for Bari Weiss. I have no love for Brendan Carr whatsoever. But I do think that, as you also mentioned, Kimmel, it is important that we resist in this moment. And so there were a number of options that could be put on the table. And frankly, the Late Show decided that this was the option. And I think that it was a good strategy. I mean, look at what happened when they tried to censor CCOT. We found out that you could get a lot more views. So I think it probably gave my opponent the boost he was looking for. So I think it's probably better that he didn't get on.
Ding, 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 ding. And that was the point. Let me go ahead and create this controversy and say Trump and CBS are stopping us. They don't want us to do this interview because, Tallarico on his Twitter was talking about it, how, Trump is scared and this and that. I promise you, the man that doesn't even want to impeach Trump nor step on anybody's toes if he gets in the Senate, I'm pretty sure they're not worried about you. I can almost guarantee you, John Fetterman Jr., that they are not worried about no damn Tallarico. We've seen how Kristen Sinema, Joe Manchin, John Fetterman, these were all leftists. These were, supposedly leftists. And they were all like, they're against the establishment. Look how well that worked. Because every time Democrats try to do something, they were fighting 3 individuals. And they're still fighting John Fetterman, So with that being said, Trump is not afraid of him. And I think Stephen Colbert framed it that way. Well, both. It was definitely strategic. It was framed that way. And then they were like, you know what? We're going to put the interview out on YouTube. Great publicity right there, But the fact that they came to him and was all like, hey, you can do the show, but, you need to allow some time for Jasmine Crockett. And the fact that he didn't want to do that, and mind you, Jasmine said, she did. She said that, there was a conflict when she went on The View, and they were upset about how much time Tallarico got on the show. Mind you, Tallarico did go on the show, but they said he didn't get enough time or as much time as Jasmine. So that was a controversy, right? And so with this, she's not even welcome to even do the show for her to even, give her platform a statement. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, Jasmine's been on there. Yes, but she was not running for Senate. That's the difference. If she was running for Senate and she had been on the show, there'd be no issue, right? But she has not been on there since she announced that she's running for Senate. Stephen Colbert didn't want to make any time for her. He's seen this as a publicity stunt that he could use to further himself and also to help Tallarico. You can't tell me that he's a good-hearted person, because at the end of the day, they like Jasmine, being allowed, as they would call it, a loudmouth black woman, giving it to MAGA. Ooh, we like her. Ooh, yeah. But when it comes to their own, they don't like that. Let's go ahead and get into Jasmine Crockett and Jen Psaki talking about Trump, how he doesn't want to endorse any of the Republican candidates. I wonder why. Here we go.
And that they went straight to streaming because we know that when we resist and when we know that it seems like they're trying to change the rules and bend to the knee or bend the knee to this president, that it backfires in historic fashion.
Spectacularly over and over again. And you have been no stranger to them going after you as well. I know. Let me ask you about something. And I mentioned this a little bit in the opening. Trump was asked about the Republican candidates in the Texas race on Air Force One last night. And he kind of said, I like them all, and refused to really endorse any of them. What did you make of that? Why do you think that is?
I love it. There's a couple of things about this, right? A lot of people are like, there's no way Texas can do this. And I'm here to tell you that even on day one of early voting, we are exploding with participation right now. And we just had 2 special elections, one that swung 30 points, another one that swung 17 points. We are really ready to do this in Texas. And frankly, right now, I will tell you what the insiders tell me. They tell me that he really doesn't like John Cornyn, so he just doesn't want to endorse him. We know that the Republicans have already spent $50 million trying to boost Senator Cornyn in this primary, yet he is still trailing Ken Paxton, who only raised $1 million last quarter. We also know that supposedly his chief of staff does not like Ken Paxton. So there's that. And then Wesley Hunt doesn't really have a shot. So he doesn't really know what to do. There are people that are pulling at him in different ways, trying to tell him what's most strategic to do. But there was a poll that actually dropped today that had me ahead of all 3 of them. So whichever way they decide to go, we're ready to win this thing.
I'm sure Donald Trump loves Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who may be the
And mind you, Greg Abbott is spending over $1 million on attack ads on Jasmine Crockett. If they weren't worried and they were more concerned with Tallarico, wouldn't they spend ads attacking Tallarico? Yeah. There's a reason why Jasmine Crockett is the butt of the joke, with J.D. Vance or with Trump. They love to mention her because they are worried about her. They think basically, we put this black woman out there, people are going to be turned off. And so, we'll use her as a joke. But what they don't realize is, there's ignorant people out there and they love that, right? But there's also people who are looking for a fighter. Jasmine Crockett is a fighter. You can't look at Jasmine Crockett and say that this woman isn't a fighter. When I look at Tallarico, he can tell me a Bible scripture and that's nice and stuff like that, but he doesn't give me fighter. He gives me complacent. He's just going to be the standard and the status quo because again, they have a whole website, that AIPAC Tracker website. So the AIPAC Tracker website is actually ran by a white woman and a white man who used to work for John McCain, by the way. So I was correct. That whole AIPAC Tracker, they're racist.
So listen. All right. So I'm doing a test here, you guys. So just work with me here. All right. Just bear with me. Now I'm gonna play something about Tariq Nasheed rage quitting. I'm gonna see if I get more views when I do this. Let's go.
Stuff I don't care, to be honest. That's a lie. That's usually a deflection. Just a simple anthropological lesson here. So in anthropology, a lineage is a unilateral descent group that traces its ancestry to a demonstrably shared ancestor. What is a demonstrably shared ancestor? In the case of Black Americans, that ancestor, both matrilineal and patrilineal, sit on the continent of Africa. Now, a lot of the times the Tariq group will mix this with ethnicity. We have to accept that they are new people, they're a new group, even though a majority of their DNA would show either Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Benin, Togo, in some cases in Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo. But in a multiracial society, there's a lot of mixing and intermarriages, which still goes on to this very day. And the culture is based in America. So it is very factual that ethnically you can make the claim that it's a completely new group. It's a new culture, new dialects, new spiritual traditions, new food ways, even if some of them may trace back to their African origins, it's still new, it's redone, new family structures, new music traditions. They are a new group. And it's fine to accept that they're a new group. I don't think there's anybody in Africa that is stressing that. And that is the same for the Afro-Colombians, Afro-Brazilians, they're a new group. They are, more fused into Latin or Hispanic cultures. But what you've become is not the argument here. You can claim and identify whatever the hell you want. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. What do I care? I don't care, I don't want to be part of that. But why has all their talking points targeted Black immigrants? We're not trying to come into your spaces. We're not trying to come live in your neighborhoods. We're not gentrifying your neighborhoods. We're not taking your jobs. We're not doing anything that has been earmarked for your community. A lot of us are building our own communities within America. We go to our own stores, the African stores. I'm sure some of you have heard about it. We go to our own doctors, if it permits. I have a Nigerian doctor. I'm proud to be patronizing the services of a Nigerian. I have a Ghanaian realtor who I'll be seeing on Saturday to go look at some new properties. I patronize the services of people professionals in my community in the US, like the Indians are doing, and we need to take a page from that. It's a beautiful thing, but it's not us versus them, okay? It's not, it really isn't. The Tariqs, in order to get a following, has made this an us versus them. And with that rage comes support, and that also comes the potential for monetization, which is the main goal.
Be honest. FBA is a lineage. It is numbers. Your time and date goes to a specific place at a specific time on this land. That's the only...
Doesn't go far enough. That's the whole point. 400 years is not far enough. You are the newest group of Africans that live outside of Africa. I'm not saying you should claim to be Africans, because you're not. Clearly, it's a different group of African ancestry, but nobody is saying that you should claim to be Africans, because you're not. You're Americans. You live in America. No big deal.
The only thing that makes you a foundational Black American. All this stuff about the great replacement and COINTELPRO and the politics, and that don't mean nothing. I don't care about none of that. I'm all about lineage. That's it.
If it's a lineage, then why would you word mark it or trademark it? Why would you not give it a chance to be a lineage? You have control over it. No one can. Okay, so I want you to say it right here, right now. So if they were to go and make T-shirts, make mugs, make hoodies, and put Foundational Black American on it, if they were to go and do a GoFundMe, you're cool with that, right? For the record, you're okay with them capitalizing on the.
No, it's not. Because I just made a video about this, which you guys can check on the channel. He has trademarked this, so it is. I show you the exact trademark, the numbers, the day it was filed. He's capitalized this. This is his thing. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. The proof is always in the action. The action shows that he has purposefully taken the time out to apply to wordmark this for commercial purposes. He actually states that.
On the name Foundational Black American. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, because people already do it. This closed hatch.
He used to deny it. I guess now he's accepting of the fact that he is actually monetizing it.
Shirts, FBA stuff all over by the thousands. I have nothing to do with it. I don't go around suing people. Don't work like that. African American is trademarked. Igbo is trademarked. Yoruba is trademarked. That's a bad faith argument. If you could trademark something and be the leader and control a group, you think it's that easy? That's ridiculous. That's not even an adult conversation. That's childlike and that's trollish. And this is why
African American is not trademarked. We've had this conversation many times. It's not.
It is.
It's not.
Yes,
I double
it
checked
is.
it. It's
African
not.
American is trademarked.
It's not.
That's been proven. You can go look it up. Lying about it doesn't change that fact.
Fun about it, sir. We've had this conversation many times. You claim that but you have even said that you cannot trademark a lineage. You said you cannot trademark. So if you cannot trademark a lineage,
you can trademark a name for products that's associated with a lineage, just like African American.
That's what
you're
he's
not
done.
trademarking the African American ethnic group or racial group. You're trademarking a shirt with the name of an ethnic group.
okay.
See
My
how
only
that works?
question for you is: are you the founder? My only other question for you is: are you the founder of Melanoid Nation Foundation?
Don't matter. Now
No,
you
no,
rolling
no.
off it.
Are
Doesn't
you the-
matter. Don't ask me
No,
stuff
sir.
about
Are you
that. We're
the
talking
founder
about
of
lineage.
Melanoid Nation?
Not Melanoid Nation. Remember Carbonation and Melanin? The Melanin Nation from Nature Boy? He made the Melanoid Nation? Child, he pulling from Nature Boy.
Yep, we have proven that in some previous videos, and I have a history of all his tax records that he is the founder of Melanoid Foundation. He likes to run away from this because people found out that he raises the money, and from my count, it's over $7 million raised under that foundation. And he has skipped a few years of taxes. We're going to do a deep dive into his tax returns. Of course, I have to do this with a bit of caution.
He has a thing called Melanoid Nation. Nature Boy had Melanation. Then he switched it to Carbonation. So Tariq is like totally biting off of Nature Boy with Melanation and Melanoid Nation. What?
Because we don't want to dox. We just want to get to, so I have to do a lot of reductions so that we don't dox him, because that's not what we're about. We just want to look at the information and see if there's any discrepancies in his taxes.
None of your business of what I'm doing,
No,
ma'am.
it
That's
is.
personal.
It is.
All
Okay,
right.
so you can't.
All right,
You
if we
cannot,
getting into,
so
ma'am,
you can't answer the question. Are you the founder of Melanoid Nation Foundation?
doesn't matter.
Why not? Why would you say it doesn't matter? That's
Because
not.
that has
that's
nothing
not,
to do with lineage. It has nothing to do with lineage.
That's concerning. That's
It
very
has nothing to
concerning.
do with lineage.
You should be no. Where is your transparency?
Now we're getting all right.
Okay,
we're
I'm
getting
gonna
into
just
tether.
ask you.
We're getting into tether trolling, and this is why people delete it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay.
Bro, hold up, though. Listen. Nature Boy refers to Eligio Bishop, the leader of the group called Melanation, also known as Carbonation. He is the controversial figure who convinced thousands of followers online to join him, often moving them to remote areas like the jungles of Costa Rica, promoting back to nature. So he created a thing called Melanoid Nation. Tariq Nasheed made a whole thing, Melanoid. He just added oid on it and said, he has a thing called Melanoid Nation, bro. And Melanation is a part of like a fucking cult called Carbonation. No one is finding anything weird about that? Like, what? Oh, Lord, what? So that means, listen, you can't tell me something is not that's a cult. That's cult-like behavior.
All right.
All right. You know, he not gonna. Okay, real quick.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much, everybody. I don't do trolling. Thank you. We don't troll. Listen, all right. Have a good night.
Nah, hold on, real quick. So real quick.
Wait.
All right.
He ran off. He's gone. There he is. He's gone right here. He took off. He didn't want to answer it, but we'll answer it for him. Of course, he's the founder of Melanoid Foundation. I have all the tax records right here. I have a complete folder here. I have an entire Tariq folder on my laptop. I'll show it to you. It's all of Melanoid Foundation's tax returns from 2016 all the way down to 2022, and there's 7 years that he hasn't filed taxes that we're going to review in a few days.
From 2016. So Tariq was biting off a fucking Nature Boy the whole time since 2016? He was biting off Nature Boy with Melanoid Nation. So he heard Nature Boy say melanation and carbonation, and he created a thing called Melanoid Nation at the same time Nature Boy was out here with his cult. What in the fuck is going on? I did not know this before I even played this video. What the fuck is going on? What's up, Tariq Nasheed, with this bullshit? Come on now.
But yeah, this is why he doesn't want to answer the question, because he's not been filing his taxes, and he's been making a lot of money from this Melanoid Foundation.
Well, anyways, so let me play the next thing. I'm gonna try something else. All right, so let's go into Umar Johnson. Maybe. Okay, Tariq Nasheed didn't do nothing. Let's see Umar. Now I'm trying. So where is this? I'm trying to figure out what this ban is entailing, because I know I'm shadow banned. I'm trying to see if I played what videos.
Back with more scams. So he came back this week with good news, but from my perspective, this good news is just a setup to what I believe is going to be more scamming. I've seen a lot of idiots beating this up. Dr. Umar Johnson ran to the internet to announce that the school that he'd been receiving donations for over a decade is finally completed, and it's time to prove the haters wrong. But the more you talk, the more you begin to realize that nothing has changed. like there's nothing new about what Umar Johnson is saying.
I just wanted to go live today to give my 4 times great-grand cousin, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, his birthday. I just wanted to go live for a few minutes, if y'all don't mind, to give my 4 times great-grand cousin, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, his birthday gift. And to the Honorable Frederick Douglass, the greatest Black leader in American history, to whom I'm related by blood. Frederick Douglass is a second-generation descendant of Isaac and Betsy Bailey and the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade. I am a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am an 8th generation descendant of Isaac and Betsy Bailey. We are both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey, and on his 208th solar return. On the 208th solar return of the Honorable Frederick Douglass, I'm going to give to you, my great ancestor, a completed school in your name and honor. The Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy has been swept out. All the trash has been taken to the dumpster, and we are ready for inspection in the name of Frederick Douglass. Give me some love. Give me some Black African love right now. Give me some Black African love. We completed all the repairs on the centennial of Negro History Week, February 7th, 2026. And today, on Frederick Douglass's birthday, the Black man who escaped from Baltimore through Wilmington, Delaware, Frederick Douglass, I am pleased to report to you, my great ancestor, that the school has been swept out.
I feel so terrible for every one of y'all who got hoodwinked into this Umar Johnson debacle. Think about it for a second, man. Y'all done gave this man $2+ million, and after a decade, the man goes live to make a public service announcement that the school has been swept out, right? That all the trash is out the school finally. No. This is an atrocity, bro. This is not cool. But he has more to say. Now, pay attention to the words that are coming out of Umar Johnson's mouth, because these words are very intentional. He proceeds
to talk about what the next steps are for the school. He used specific words. Pay attention and try to catch on.
The day after Monday, which is Tuesday the 17th, which is the eclipse in Aquarius, solar eclipse. Where my Leos at one time? Where my Leos at? Where my Aquarius at one time? So on the solar eclipse day, we will contact the city respectfully and humbly and ask for them to come out and inspect the Honorable Frederick Douglass and Honorable Marcus Garvey Elementary School and the Nat Turner John Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium, because we are ready to get to work. Are we not, brothers and sisters? Are we ready to get to work? Are we ready to start decorating our school? Are we ready to get ready for the grand opening? Our time has come. Where the school at? I'm going to get some t-shirts made. Where the school at? And I'm going to mail them to all my haters, brothers and sisters. I'm going to mail where the school at t-shirts to all my haters, brothers and sisters.
The reason why I feel like I'm kind of pretty okay at this content creation stuff is because I listen to people's words and I listen closely. When Umar Johnson was speaking, the one word that stuck out to me was decorations, because I heard him say that before. That's when it all hit me, man. Bro, Umar Johnson has no plans on ever making this school a real thing. Umar Johnson's entire goal here is to prove the haters wrong, and he believes that if he fixes up the school, he gets the renovations done, then he can tell the haters, I have a school.
Man, y'all people need to cut that bullshit out, bro. If he was able to finally get that school open, kudos to him. I'm sorry. Listen. We need a timeout. If this guy, if he have tether or whatever, I'm about to like. Now I'm getting into something.
Yeah, he's from outside.
He's a tether. I think he's Ghanaian too. Yep.
With that, I'm not down with that. Listen, it's hard to get a school open. Period.
School,
especially the way he's doing it. Listen, like this nigga. Where's your fucking school at? God damn it. What the
Now,
fuck?
when's Dr. Umar's enrollment?
Man, it don't even matter. The fact that he was able to finally try to open up the room. But do you know he had like two blocks of a school? Like, that's a big taking on to like do that. Like, bro, that's not. Nah, we're not fixing to. If he's able to make that shit happen, kudos to him. We not fixing to like do that.
His name is actually on the property. That's the crazy part. It's public record.
Yeah, I'm not down with how he talking like this. Sometimes these actions or whatever the hell they saying, it's like they be jealous.
School. Well, no, that's not a school. That's a building. Understand this.
This nigga's goofy though. This nigga's goofy.
What the fuck, bro?
This nigga's goofy.
Aren't schools inside buildings, bro? Like, what the fuck?
Goal here is to prove the haters wrong, and he believes that if he fixes up the school, he gets the renovations done, then he can tell the haters, I have a school. When no, that's not a school, that's a building. Understand this, man. When you raise over $2 million and it's been about a decade, I feel like a building that can be occupied by humans is the first. That's the literal.
Honey, it takes a lot to open up a building. Not just see, $2 million is like maybe a school at a house inside a really nice sized house. But he's opening up a building with 2 blocks of like building, whatever. I don't even like it's one on one side across the street. There's another building over here. Like, shut up, bro. I don't agree with this.
Ground level, base, first step. You got us a building that humans can occupy. Umar Johnson is treating this as the last step. But not only as the last step, because Umar Johnson is now using this as a way to stifle more donations from out of you. See, the reason why decorations stuck out to me was because I heard Umar Johnson say decorations before. See, a week or two before this live stream, Umar Johnson was on live telling people that renovations being complete is the last step. But after he announced the renovations are complete, he needs y'all to send in more money so he could decorate the building.
So we have gotten acquisition, renovation, rehabilitation of the school. We will be going for our final building inspections this month, God willing. And then we have 2 more stages, decorations and renovations. Are y'all ready for decorations? We've accomplished acquisition. We purchased the school. We accomplished renovations. We're ready for our final inspection. Now we got to go to decorations, brothers and sisters. We got to raise money for the decorations, the school furniture, the library books.
Doesn't it sound like that's what would be needed to open up a school? That you would need furniture? Like the kids gonna sit on the floor? Like, I don't know. Like, okay.
The furniture and equipment. It's time to decorate. If you have a decoration you want to donate to the school, an African mask, an African painting, an African statue, your black book collection, text me a picture of your possible donation and I will let you know if we can use it or not.
You understand? He didn't say give me money. He said, can you send some decorations and some African? Come on now.
If you have a painting that you think would be beautiful in our school, if you have a statue, if you have a drum, if you got some books that you think would go nice inside of the school, text me a picture of the donation and I'll let you know.
Let me say this because, you know, he went through that whole tragedy. Look up Umar Johnson's interview on Lord Jamar's podcast. That new? But I don't want to hear no old shit because that girl, like, she trashed him and he still kept moving and he almost lost the school. To me, when a person is able to like get past all that, and I'm sorry, like black men that's trying. I'm not down with everybody going down on. I'm not going down on black men. That's the pause. I'm not down with y'all going down on black men. I'm sorry. Sorry, y'all. But I'm not down with everybody like beating the black man down. He went through a hardship. The girl said what she said about him. He kept persevering. He was able to find funding. He was able to buy the school. He still has the school. Like, at some point, just chill out, bro. Like, let him live, bro. I'm not down with everybody just constantly just beating down black men all the time. That's not cool, bro.
Well, I mean, so when does school start?
Well, he's just looking for some decorations or whatever, but you know what? It might start, so who knows? You know what I'm saying? But the fact that he was able to so-called purchase the school, whatever, at least he's trying. You know, he could have just said, I went to the strip club and got some hoes with the damn money. You know what I'm saying? Fuck y'all, motherfucker, you dummy. You know? But no, he kept going. He kept trying to make it happen. So we're not fixing to. Well, that's 5 years ago. So is anything new? The donation raised. Okay, let's. Right.
From that time, when did you start raising money and all that? You know, and when did it all start? When was the genesis of FDMG school?
I had the idea to open a school since I was in college.
Okay.
That idea became more serious when I became an assistant principal. It became even more serious when I became a principal.
This is definitely old as hell.
It was further intensified by being a school psychologist.
Why
because
you brought that up? Like, what are we talking about here? We're talking about right now. We're not talking about like 16 years ago or whatever, or 5 years ago, or whatever this was. How many years ago? Whatever. We're talking about like what's happening now. And I'm saying that he went through all that controversy. You know what I'm saying? The girl said what she said. He got a small peen, and all of a sudden he ain't taking care of his mom. But he still pushed on. And so, to me, I honor perseverance. So we're not fixing to push a person down when they keep pushing on. You know? Now, if he would have failed and faltered on it, I would have said, you know, he a weak ass nigga. But the fact that he just kept going and he's able to say he's fixing to open up his school. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. If he just standing outside that bitch saying that shit, it's still yet to be seen.
His girlfriend running for mayor of Atlanta.
Oh, okay. But I'm just
Do you
saying,
know
like,
who his girlfriend is?
no, I don't.
Suki Hana.
She's running for mayor of Atlanta. Are you serious?
Hell yeah, she is. I seen the video.
But you know what? I'm gonna say this: if she is, that's crazy. But she actually is not a dumb girl. She's from Connecticut. She actually is very smart. So if you actually listen to other interviews of her, I think that she was doing all that stuff just to be famous. But if you actually listen to what she had to say, she's not stupid. You know what I'm saying? You listen to her, so she might be able to be a whatever. You know what I'm saying? We can't just go off because she was guzzling D and crying and throwing up and whatever the hell it is. If she actually has she ain't stupid. She's not no dumb woman. So if she's able to make that happen, shouts out to her.
Know if we can use it at the school. 215-989-9858 is my direct cell. 215-989-9858 is my direct cell. 215-989-9858 is my.
Oh, is that what happened? So he refused the help from Lord Jamar? Why? Let's see. At what point? Listen, I can't play that because tell me at what point he refused this. Now, and I play it exactly because it's like a long ass video. Just tell me at what number so we can like address that. He flipped out. When Lord Jamar asked him to give him some money, he went off on him. Tell me what number. Tell me what time stamp because that's too long of a video. I'm not trying to play that whole video.
My direct cell. Sister Melanie McCullough, I can get funding. I'm not looking for funding, baby. In case you don't know who I am. In case you don't know who I am. In case you don't, I am a revolutionary Pan-Africanist, my sister. We do not take donations from other people. We solve our problems ourselves.
The absolute irony of Umar Johnson telling somebody, revolutionaries don't take donations from other people. We do it ourselves. That should apply to not just white folks. That should apply to black folks too. We should sit on the timeline, right? We should not have to give our money to your pet project, man. All right. Now, make no mistake about it. When I heard Umar Johnson say, renovation is done, send me more money for decorations, it all came to me. Okay,
He did not say send me more. He said send me items for decorations. The girl said she wanted to send him some money. He said we don't take money. He said that revolutionaries don't. He's already good. He already bought the building. See, this is the thing is that sometimes these reporters, you know what I'm saying, they be bull with the words stuff. Like, so let's go.
This is what the scam is. The money has slowed down. Donations have slowed down. Umar Johnson now wants to sell you guys a new pipe dream. He now wants to regalvanize.
He ain't even gonna say allegedly. He just gonna say this and then just be able to leave it at that.
Y'all. He regalvanized y'all now by letting y'all know renovations is done. This is the last step, people. Where renovations are the first step. The last step is a curriculum, staff, teachers, I don't know, things that are crucial to a school running, such as how the application process is going to go. How do people apply?
He said the renovations were done. He said that he owns the actual property. He said now he wants to decorate and make the school, if you have any like artifacts or whatever you want to put in the school books, whatever. This guy's not listening.
How much the fees is going to be? How is the school going to sustain itself and run? Things of that sort. But no, the renovations is done. The trash is out the building. Humans can occupy the building without falling ill to mold and strange, airborne illnesses. So give me more money. Stop it, man. When Umar Johnson ran to that live stream, Umar Johnson went back to his roots. See, Umar Johnson targeted Black women heavily in the very early stages of him raising money for the school. When he hopped back on that live, Umar Johnson, in an attempt to get the donations flowing again, he went right back to his roots, targeting Black women.
But let me do this. Not only am I dedicating this school to Frederick Douglass on his born day, not only have we completely cleaned up.
All right, so he gave me like the timestamp of when Umar Johnson turned down help from Lord Jamar. Let's see what happened. And he said he flipped out. He just went off. Let's go.
The money, the little bit left is going to repair. What transparency? You got the books, I got the articles, I got the resume for you.
Absolutely.
You understand? So
some people just woke up though. Everybody not. You know what I mean?
But listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested Black scholar in the world, hands down. That's mainstream.
Yeah, but you got to understand how many people don't even like,
but they're not
know about scholars. Like
that's what I
like
mean.
are so far removed
they're
from.
Not asking the negative questions, Jamar. They're not. The new people are not asking the negative questions. The negative questions are the haters.
But so it just so happens that my wife's family has a lot of educators in it. Her sister is a principal of a school right now. Her mother was a teacher, and her.
Okay, so you said 1052 or hold on. 1052 or 28 on the 28. Hold on. 28 minutes. All right, so I'm trying to find the part. All right, maybe I'll just find it.
I agree with you, Queen. But to that, I'll say this quickly. I'm the most accessible Black scholar in the world. My cell number is public. I get it. Okay, I understand that. So we on the square together. But those are coming from haters. You can't afford to make a consistent donation, they can go to the Cash App, $FDMG School, or the PayPal. And I understand where Brother Jamar coming from because he's just being the vessel to bring it to me. I get it. Okay, I understand that. So we on the square together. But those are coming from haters. You got to understand something. I'm probably the most influential and accomplished Black school psychologist in American history. Not probably, I am. I am. If you got a child in special ed, they've been ADHD, conduct disorder, I'm the person you came to. I've been doing this work for over 20 years. My name is etched in stone. There is no such thing as I just woke up and heard about you. You're going to get some people like that, but most of our people know who I am because I help them save their kids or their children went to my school. I didn't just wake up yesterday. People know who I am. I got the books, I got the articles, I got the resume for that.
Absolutely.
You understand? So
some people just woke up though. Everybody not. You know what I mean?
But listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested Black scholar in the world, hands down. That's mainstream.
Yeah, but you got to understand how many people are not.
All right, so you're saying 1052. Let's go.
Has a lot of educators in it. Her sister is a principal of a school right now. Her mother was a teacher, and her father was and is a principal who actually ended up making his own school in East New York, Brooklyn. It's called the Trey Whitfield School. You can look it up. So he's been doing this since like 1983. And how he started was he started small. He started with 3 portable trailers that were behind like a church. Nobody was doing anything with them. And he went to the church because he was a principal like you. And he said, guess he got the same inspiration to start his own thing. So he talked to the people at the church. He ended up negotiating some sort of rent where he had to pay $500 a month per trailer. And he had like 280 kids. Now, he didn't have a lot of money. He didn't have a lot of donations and stuff like that. So what did he do? He said like a lot of schools and stuff, they would just throw out old desks and books and stuff like that. He'd go around to different schools and get desks. He'd go to the Board of Education and they'd give him stuff that they were getting rid of, you know what I mean? That they didn't want, books, whatever, all kind of different supplies. So he was using his resources. He did this till about the year 2000, where he then sees like a 4-story big ass building, you know, something pretty comparable to what, you know, you're talking about. Actually, it might be bigger than, it might be like those buildings combined, the ones that you bought. But this is in Brooklyn in East New York, like right off Atlantic Avenue. So anyway, he gets to this building. He said he didn't have $1 for the building, you know, but he goes to the man. He's like, yo, I want to get this building for a school. And the guy's like, yeah, well, he tells him whatever, I don't know, whatever the price was. And he's like, listen, I ain't got no money, but what I do have is I got a friend who's fundraisers and all this. Yeah, and this man was able to make it happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like this man was able to and just built from the ground up, and it could have been turned out cheaper. I don't know. We have to look into a lot of things. And this is a big undertaking that I feel like, you know.
I'm speaking to the detractors who say I can help him with that. This is
I think they talk about
our educators and psychologists. That is my field. So it's kind of interesting when someone who's an expert in something, and I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to the detractors who say I can help him with that. This is
I think they talk about the real estate part of it. Not you're an educator, but not a real estate guy. You
but
see
we
what I'm
already
saying?
have the real estate. So that's not even an issue. No more.
Right, but did we choose the right real estate? Did we take the
certainly
money
chose
and
the
do
right real
and do
estate,
the
brother.
best
I just
fiduciary thing with the
told you,
money?
brother. I just told you that the schools that we got was a $13 million project 9 years ago in excellent shape. We got a steal for that campus. It was a steal. It was the best thing I could have possibly got. I have no regrets.
Okay.
See, that's when we start.
I'm gonna say this. He has a vision, right? Now, some people will have a vision, start from a smaller place and work their way up. So other people will have their vision and they will not stop until they get to that point. We can't like diss him because he said, listen, I don't want a house school. I want my shit to be a whole full school. He has a vision. It took him a long time to get to it. You know, we can't fault him for that. You know what I'm saying? Now he did it was fucked up, some of the stuff that was said. But I'll say this, he had a vision. Like for me, I might have a vision to put out an album. I'm not going to say, well, just put out a single. Well, no, I'm putting out an album. Well, you know, I know a person and they put their first single out, their second single out, and then they made their album. I was like, well, no, honey, I don't want to put that. I want to do it like that. I want to put my album out. And so I'm going to keep on my thing and I'm going to keep my shit and I'm going to put my album out. So you can't get mad because he's like, no, I don't want to put out no single. I want to put out the album. They've been talking about this Frederick Douglass vision for the longest time. You can't be mad at him for having a vision and sticking to the vision. Now, if he's able to accomplish his vision, shouts out to him. If he ends up an old ass man and he finally accomplishes putting up this damn Frederick Douglass school, and he's 80 years old. But that's what he wanted to do. Well, shouts out, bro. You can't be mad because you're saying, well, no, you should, instead of putting out your album, you need to put out a single first. Everybody don't work like that. Everybody's like, no, fuck that. I want to put the whole album out. You understand what I'm saying? Before you become a truck driver, you should like drive cars first. But you know what? I don't want to drive cars. I want to be a truck driver. I want to skip the step of driving cars. Listen, everybody's path is not the same. You can't be mad because he chose a path that just the hardest fucking thing you could ever do. That's what he chose to do. Like, so you can't tell him about your uncle. I mean, he gave this long ass speech about how his uncle started off and, you know, and he first was teaching 2 people, then 3, and then 4. Everybody's path is not to do that. He doesn't want to be a teacher. He wants to be a principal. Get it? He's not trying. That's like a person it's like me. I might want to open up an auto shop, and you say, well, listen, and I just want to open up an auto shop and hire mechanics to work my auto shop. But you're saying, well, no, you need to become a mechanic and then work your way up and then build that. No, honey, I'm gonna get a building. I'm gonna hire mechanics. You understand what I'm saying? You can't get mad because he does not want to be a mechanic. He just want to own the building with the mechanic. You understand what I'm saying? People need to understand, like, think past just basic shit. Well, no, you know what? You should start off from scratch and get your mechanic license and this, that. No, fuck, I'm not trying to be a mechanic. I'm trying to be the owner of the mechanic shop. Most owners that own the mechanic shop don't know how to do fucking mechanics. They just know how to run people and be like the boss of the people. So it's crazy to like recommend that because, like, bro, I'm not trying to be a teacher. He's a principal. He's not a teacher. Now he does teach in the community, but you know he's not he was a principal. He's a vice principal. His force, his sight is not the same. Now I'm not saying that the shit's not weird. I'm just saying I get where he's coming from. Everybody don't want to be a teacher that built it up from ground up. Some people just want to be the principal and hire the teachers. Understand what I'm saying? And then you have people like Poetic Flacco that don't even understand that mindset, and he doesn't even get it.
Out the school and we ready for inspection on Frederick Douglass's 208th solar return. I want to also give all Black women their gift. And my gift to all African women around the world on this Black Love Day, this Frederick Douglass Day, my gift to all Black women, I don't care if you are in Angola or Alabama. I don't care if you in Jamaica, Queens, or Jamaican in the Caribbean. I don't care if you in Brooklyn or Botswana. I don't care if you in Puerto Rico or Pittsburgh. Do you understand me? I don't care if you in Guadalupe or Georgia.
Oh, man, get to the fucking. That's the only part I don't like. All that bullshit, that preaching bullshit. Shut up, man. Get to the point.
London and Paris and Australia return is a school for your boys. So we don't have to worry about them being mistreated, called the N-word, thrown in special ed, put on drugs, arrested, kicked out. That is my gift to all Black mothers on this day. All Black women on this day is a school for your son. And if you don't have any sons, we will be opening the Anna Douglas and Amy Garvey Academy in a few short years. So Black women, today I dedicate this school to all my sisters because I see you struggling with your sons. I see you crying over your sons. I see you fighting for your sons. And
like this, like I said, he has a vision. He doesn't want to be the teacher first. He doesn't want to build it up from scratch. He wants to own the building and then hire the people inside the building. We can't be mad at what his vision is. And we can't say that, oh no. And here's the thing, beware this new Umar Johnson scam. Like, sir, that's not cool, bro. Poetic Flacco, I call foul on that. If he was able to go through all that bullshit and all that ridicule and still get to school and still work, give him some credit, bro. I gotta give him some credit. I'm not gonna give him the money. I'm give him some credit.
So now, on this day, my Valentine's Day gift to every Black woman on the planet Earth is a school where your sons can learn free from the Snow Bunny lynch mob. I said a school where your sons can learn free from the Snow Bunny lynch mob. I said a school, Black women. My butter almond, my butter peak.
We might laugh at Joe because Umar Johnson is absolutely ridiculous, but this is some sinister stuff. This is some really disturbing stuff here. Umar Johnson is preying on Black women with troubled sons, single Black women who probably.
How do you get that out of that? I don't get that. He's preying on women with Black sons. He's trying to open up a school, bro. I don't know. I don't like it when people do that, Because that could be easily me, like trying to open up something. You got like this fucking asshole. She's trying to prey on the kid. Like, no, I'm trying to open up a fucking school, bro. He's focusing on the black woman. Well, you know what? He's trying to help out the black women. Maybe you should ask how you can help, like for real, like.
Or terrified their son might be a victim to the streets, a victim to their circumstances, right? Their son is going down the wrong path. They're trying to find a way to reel the son back in. And Umar Johnson is preying on their hope and belief. Yo, black women who donated to Umar Johnson when this school started, if you had, let's say, a 6-year-old where you donated to Umar Johnson, hoping that Umar Johnson will save your badass 6-year-old from going down the wrong path, your 6-year-old will be about 21 right now.
That is a good point, though. That's a good point. Now, if he would have had some programs for them 6 years old, instead of focusing on the school, he probably could have helped those mothers, you know, so that's true. You know, that part is true.
21 years old right now. Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta call a spade a spade.
All right. And that's what we're dealing with. All right. Umar Johnson has been preying on black women for a while. It's disturbing, bruh. Yo, there's gonna be a black woman out there right now, bro, with probably like a 14-year-old son who's going down the bad path, who's gangbanging, who's probably dealing with girls that she feel like, you know, aren't good for him. And she
no. When I think about it, no, he did give his number though. So people always was able to talk to him about their kids, get like advice, do this the whole time. So that's wrong. I at first I was agreeing with him, but I thought about this. No, he's always had his number. Every time he talked about this, he always said, call me up. This is my number. And then people were able to call him about their kids. So yeah, that's wrong. When I just thought about that. No, that's not right. That's not right. Nope.
Will probably listen to this and think, man, Umar Johnson School can save my son. And she will donate half of that paycheck that she made this week, trying to get this school up because thinking this school is the last hope for her son. Only for another 10 years to go by, and the son will be like damn near 30, and there will be no school. Her hard-earned money.
Or they could have been talking to Umar the whole time with their son. Umar probably was talking to their son the whole entire time that he's been trying to open up the school. And he probably could have been like supporting that mother. So we can't just be one side.
Will be gone. But Umar Johnson will be back on live preying on another woman who probably is dealing with troubles with her teenager, thinking Umar Johnson is the answer. This is not cool, nor is it funny. And I've been seeing a lot of people celebrating this, and I'm like, hold on, bro. It's a school because there's no trash in the building no more? Like, is that how far our expectations have plummeted that we're giving Umar Johnson a pass now because Umar Johnson has taken out the trash from the school after y'all done gave him $2 million?
My mahogany queens, we have a school for you. Have you ever gotten a Valentine's Day gift better than this, sister?
And child, Umar need to cut that bullshit out though. Come on now. Does that make him look even more suspect? That's crazy. My black women's, my mahogany, my BBWs.
Black woman, has a black man ever dedicated an institution to you on Valentine's Day? Has a black man ever dedicated a school to you for Valentine's Day? I just dedicated a school to all black women on Valentine's Day.
Don't it bother y'all that Umar Johnson is talking about opening up another school when this school don't even have a single student, don't even have a teacher, don't even have a single application yet?
Same school.
I don't know, bro. Y'all let me know in the comment section. What do you guys think? Maybe I'm just...
I don't like this. It's not a different school. It's the same fucking school. Same school. He just was able to get the funding to keep it open, and he was able to do it successfully. And I would have to give credit where credit. If he's able to like pull this off, I'm not gonna hate on him, and I'm not gonna hate on him on the way to do it. You know, Listen, this is where we get that damn delineation talk from. Now I'm saying, like, bro, you shut the fuck up talking about black people and what we got going on, bro. Ain't you like Nigeria, whatever the hell you from? Caribbean? Where's your school? I don't know. I'm like, at least he's trying. I mean, whoever's giving him money, somebody giving him money, and he's still trying to push on. He's saying everything got renovated, everything is back together. Okay, now show us the renovations, though. Don't just keep talking about it. Don't just say that. Let me see some toilet flushing, some, you know what I'm saying? Let me just see it. I'm not fixing to donate because I just got too much going on, but I'm just like, I just don't like the criticism, you know, before, you know, I don't know. It's, I think people need to let Umar live. Right? Let him. He trying. Some people want to donate money to him. Don't be hating on him. Don't hate on him because he got like some women that get wet in the panties when he start talking all that bull stuff and give them all his. That's hating, bro. I'm sure if he was charismatic, he probably could like talk the draws off and talk the. How much money and draws have men been talking off women's behinds for years? If they want to give him, this nigga, they money, let him. You know what I'm saying? Let them. You know, there's a thing called let them. Have you heard of let them? It's an actual thing called let them. If her don't want to do it, let them. It's a whole thing called let them. By Mel Robbins, bro. Listen, I want y'all to check this out. But this is gonna be my last thing I'm gonna play because I've been all around the Bulberry Bush and all kind of crazy stuff. But I want y'all to understand this thing called let them. Go ahead.
You will never prioritize your own happiness until you learn how to let other people be unhappy. Hey, it's Mel. Today on the Mel Robbins podcast, we are diving into the let them theory like you've never heard it before. Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome ago. This book, in just 6 months, is being translated into 63 languages. In 6 months, it has sold over 6 million copies and counting. That's bananas. We just learned that halfway through this year, the Let Them Theory is the single best-selling book on the planet of all books right now. All books, fantasy. I can't believe that a book that is helping you take control of your life is beating fiction. I love fiction. I love fiction because it helps me escape my life. But I love that you are embracing a book that is teaching you how to turn into your life and how to stop taking responsibility for things that aren't your responsibility, how to stop controlling things that you can't control, and how to have more peace and how to have more power. And so thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for being interested in the Let Them Theory. Thank you for reading it and being, it's never enough. Well, everyone will be satisfied. Reason why this has exploded like this, it's because the theory works. And when you use it, you feel better. And I love that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All righty, let's jump back into it. We're talking about the first thing you're not responsible for, which is you're not responsible for other people's happiness. You can live your life in a different way. Instead of taking on this burden, there's a different way to do things. Let me read to you from page 17 of the Let Them Theory. This is chapter 1. Stop wasting your life on things you can't control. If you're struggling to change your life, achieve your goals, or just feel happier, I want you to hear this. The problem isn't you. The problem is the power you unknowingly give to other people. We all do it, often without realizing it. You make the mistake of thinking that if you say the right thing, everyone will be satisfied. If you bend over backwards, maybe your partner won't be disappointed. If you're friendly enough, maybe your coworkers will like you more. If you keep the peace, maybe your family will stop judging your choices. Now, I know this because I've lived it. I've spent years trying to be everything for everyone else, thinking that if I could just do enough, say the right things, and keep everyone happy, I'd finally feel good about myself. But what happens instead? Oh, instead, You work harder, you bend further, you shrink yourself smaller, and still someone's disappointed, still someone criticizes, still you're left feeling like no matter how hard you try, it's never enough. Well, today I'm here to tell you, it doesn't have to be this way. And here's the thing about trying to make other people happy and how you assume responsibility for everyone around you being happy. This shows up in really sneaky ways. So I want to give you some examples of how this can play out, and you might not even realize it. So as we were getting ready to do this episode, we were all talking as a team, and one of the producers on the team said that they know somebody who held back from posting their engagement photo on social media because they were worried that their photo would trigger another friend who was sad about a breakup. I mean, isn't that kind of crazy? That's an example of assuming responsibility for somebody else being happy. You don't post a photo online because you're afraid it's going to make somebody else sad. It's relatable, but it's also kind of crazy that we do this. Or how about this one? Writing 5 versions of a text to somebody before you hit send because you're worried about it sounding too harsh and you're worried that they're going to react and not be happy about what. Seriously? Or how about this one? Staging family dinners like it's a UN peace summit, rearranging seats so nobody fights this time and nobody is unhappy about where they're sitting. Or how about apologizing for saying no? Even when no is reasonable, and by the way, no is a complete sentence. Why do you have to apologize for the fact that you're saying no? Oh, I know why. Because you're taking on the responsibility that the person is okay with you saying no and that they're not upset or disappointed because now you're responsible for them being happy, even though you need to say no. Or how about pretending you're, quote, fine, even though you're going through a really tough time, but you don't want to talk about it because you think if you talk about what's going on, you're going to kill the vibe. You're going to bring down the mood and everybody else deserves to be happy, but you, so you're going to take responsibility for that. Or maybe you walk on eggshells at home to avoid your partner's rotten mood after a stressful day at work. So now their stressful day at work is somehow your responsibility to make sure that you don't make it worse. Or maybe you let a friend just vent endlessly about their issues or their breakup or their mother, and you never draw a line and protect your own happiness and say, this is a lot, and I just really can't handle listening to any more of this right now. Or maybe it looks like this. This was me for a long time with my husband. You're constantly managing somebody else's mood and hoping that they're happy. So you check in all the time. Are you okay? What are you thinking about? Are you mad? Did I do something wrong? Because you want everything to be perfect all the time. And if your partner's happy, then you're happy. And it's your responsibility to not only make sure they're happy, but to check in and make sure that they're happy all the time. It makes you crazy. I used to do this constantly. Or always being the planner in your family or your friend group. Because if you don't host the barbecue this year, if you don't organize mom's birthday gift, if you're not the one that's on the ball, then somebody's going to be disappointed. It's not going to happen. And somehow this is your responsibility in life. Or you avoid asking for help because you don't want to add stress to somebody else's plate because they're really busy and it's just easier if you do this and you don't want to rock the waves. Or you say you're happy to help, but secretly, no, you're not, because you're overwhelmed and you just literally are so exhausted, but you just constantly take on the responsibility of making sure everybody else is okay. Oh my God, even just explaining all of this, you just feel heavier. And you might be shaking your head going, wow, I don't do all those things, but I do some of those things. But that's a lot, Mel. It is a lot. This is really, really sneaky stuff. Let me give you another example, okay, of how feeling responsible for someone else's happiness, what this can look like. Let's say you let someone talk over you or speak to you in a disrespectful way, and you don't want to call out this family member because it would cause a scene and make someone unhappy. Or do you spend money that you don't have on gifts or dinners or trips because you're afraid if you don't, someone's going to think less of you? And I want to point this out because every time you say yes to going out, when really you don't want to go, but you're saying yes because you don't want somebody to be disappointed and you want everyone to be happy with you and you think it's your responsibility that everybody's expectations are met, you realize that it's costing you money. That you're willing to not only take on responsibility, but you're willing to spend money in order for someone else to not be disappointed or upset with you. There's a real hard cost to this that also goes beyond time, energy, emotions, and your own unhappiness. This is why it's not your responsibility to manage other people's happiness. It's just not. And if you're spending all your time and energy worrying about everyone else and whether they're okay and whether they're happy and making sure they're not disappointed, guess whose happiness is getting ignored? Yours. That's right. When you are so focused on everyone else, it drains your time and energy, and you also lose sight of what will make you happy in life. Just let them. Because otherwise, you end up doing what I did for the first 50 years of my life. You live your life in reverse. You live your life as if everyone else's expectations and their happiness comes before you, and that it is your responsibility to be sure everybody's okay, that everybody's needs are met, that everybody's charity is donated to, that everybody gets you at their dinners or at their business stuff or whatever.
Story of my life, guys. This is me all the way. And I had to learn, like, man, fuck all that.
I got a better way to go through life. Let them deal with their own expectations. Let them deal with the disappointment. People are allowed to be disappointed. You're allowed to say no. And when you start to realize, wait a minute, it's not my responsibility to make everybody happy. It's not my responsibility to say yes so that people aren't disappointed or bummed out with me. It's not my responsibility to shrink or to not celebrate what's happening in my life because I'm afraid it's going to make my friend feel more insecure. Do you know how lame that is to go through life like that? And God, I did it for decades. There's a better way to do life. How about you let them be unhappy and let me make decisions that make me happy right now? Let me make decisions that align with my values and the things that I want to prioritize right now. Because here's the thing you are responsible for. You are responsible for your happiness. You're not responsible for everybody else's happiness, but you are responsible singularly for making decisions in a way that make you proud and happy of yourself. You're responsible.
Man, listen, I don't know if this is like a thing with men and women, but I know me as a woman, I think this speaks a lot because women can be people pleasers. We can sit up here and be up here trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm a people pleaser. I used to pride myself on being the person that everybody could like click or rely on. And I had to cut that bullshit out.
Responsible for living your life in a way that prioritizes your needs, your joy, your goals, your money. Like, why are you giving away your money so that people are not disappointed or bummed out with you? Why are you giving away your time so that somebody's not disappointed? You're also responsible for being honest. Yeah, you got to be kind about it with people and a little bit compassionate, but be honest about what works for you and what doesn't work for you, especially if it makes them unhappy. I'm going to say that again. You got to be honest, especially if it's going to make them unhappy. And here's the reason why. I have found time and time again, when I look back in the past, my inability to let other people be unhappy or disappointed was a form of manipulation. I basically was trying to make people happy all the time so they'd like me. And you can never prioritize your own happiness until you learn how to let other people be unhappy. Let me say that again, because that's a big one. You're not responsible for other people's happiness. And more importantly, you will never prioritize your own happiness until you learn how to let other people be unhappy. Because if their happiness comes before yours, you will never have time and energy to make yourself happy, period. And I can hear you as you're considering these examples, but Mel, won't this make me like really selfish? Isn't it a good thing to help out your friends and show up at dinner parties and like do things to make other people happy? Of course it's a good thing. Of course it's a good thing to live your life in a way where you show up as the kind of person that
makes other people happy and that you do things that show them that you care. But here's this nuance I'm talking about. You have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? Why are you saying yes? Why are you agreeing to these things? Why are you taking the extra shift at work? Why are you offering to babysit your sister's untrained dog yet again while she goes away? Even though, like, why are you doing this? If you're doing it for them and doing nice things for other people makes you feel good, good. That means you're doing it for you because it makes you feel good to be that kind of person. Do you see what I mean? Say yes to babysitting the dog because it makes you happy. Say yes to volunteering at school because it makes you happy. Say yes to changing your plans and going to that wedding or being excited about the business opportunity over a birthday weekend because it makes you happy. Do it for you. Don't do it for them. Because if you're chronically doing things because you think you should, or because you think it's your responsibility to make other people happy or to meet their expectations, or because you're worried that other people will be disappointed, which is just another way to say I'm responsible for people not being disappointed. I'm responsible for their happiness. That's terrible. That's the worst reason to do something. Because number one, now you are assuming responsibility for somebody else's expectations being met. You're assuming responsibility for somebody not being disappointed. You're assuming responsibility for somebody's happiness, and you're ignoring your own. So it's a double whammy of negativity. That's why it's not good. And even more, resentment starts to build up in your relationships. I kid you not, because you start to blame your parents for constantly throwing a guilt trip when the truth is you've assumed responsibility for making sure that they're never uncomfortable or disappointed. There's an easier way. Let them be disappointed. And let me make decisions that make me feel good about myself. And so don't confuse your innate desire to make people happy, which is a good thing, with this imagined responsibility that their happiness is your full-time job. That's where we get this wrong. There was a study done out of Carnegie Mellon that was led by the psychology professor, Vicki Helgeson, where she tracked college students that were just going about their lives for 10 days. And it was so interesting what this study found. It found that the students who were constantly taking care of everyone else, but never asked for help, ended up drained, stressed out, and worse off emotionally. These were the overgivers, the fixers, the people who think that it's their job to keep everyone else okay. But the more that they tried to manage other people's emotions, the worse they felt. I mean, instead of bringing peace into your life, the worse they felt. Let me explain what this means, because I think as you're listening, you're going, well, no kidding, because that's how I feel right now. See, instead of bringing peace into your life, constantly overextending yourself because you think it's your responsibility to make everybody okay leads to you feeling more anxious and emotionally burnt out. It couldn't be clearer. See, when you're in that mode where you assume responsibility for other people's happiness, you're actually not helping. You're hurting yourself. I'm going to say it again. You are only responsible for your own happiness. That doesn't make you selfish. It helps you make better choices. It helps you own what you're doing, and it helps you prioritize yourself. Let them be unhappy. Let them be upset. Let them be disappointed. And let me make decisions and prioritize my time and energy and live my life aligned with my values and what's happening in this moment, and do so in a way that makes me happy. Because when I say yes, let me be honest about the reason why I'm saying yes. I say yes because I want to say yes. I say yes because it matters to me. And when I make decisions that way, I take responsibility for the choices I'm making. And ultimately, I feel in control. And when I feel in control, guess what? I feel a little happier. Isn't that so cool how that works? Now let's jump into the second thing that you're not responsible for, which is you're not responsible for rescuing people from their problems. Let them learn from life. Now, this one probably hits hard, especially if you're a parent or a partner or a friend, or frankly, if you have a pulse, because if you care about somebody else, it's really hard to accept that this is true. that you're not responsible for rescuing people from their problems. And you have to let them learn from life, because who hasn't been there? I'm sure you have. I mean, maybe you're there right now as you're watching somebody struggle. Who hasn't tried to clear all the obstacles out of the way to help somebody that you love? I'm sure you have. I have too. And the reality is simple. You can support someone. You can offer advice. You can pay for things. You can throw down a dozen lifelines. But at the end of the day, people only change when they are ready to do the work to change for themselves. And if you're not careful, your love and your concern and your worry will turn into enabling people who are struggling. And that happens when you assume responsibility for solving their problems. And there are two reasons why this is a very important truth to understand: that you are not responsible for solving someone's problems or rescuing someone from their problems. Number one, the reason why this is important is because every single expert says that rescuing people doesn't work. And based on the research, rescuing people and solving their problems for them backfires. It makes the situation worse. And the second reason is that trying to solve everyone else's—
and they fucking hate you for it for some reason. At the end of the thing, when you try to do all that stuff and doing all this rescuing and everything, they end up hating you for even helping them.
Those problems is creating major problems for you. And you're important too. And there's a different way to approach these very difficult situations. And I want to read to you from page 226 of the Let Them Theory book, because I dedicate an entire section of the book to how you use the Let Them Theory when somebody is struggling, and how to stop assuming responsibility for everybody's problems and solving them, and keep yourself in a role of supporting them from the sidelines. So let me read to you. Watching someone you love struggle with their mental health, crippling grief, or an addiction is one of the hardest experiences you will face in life. And an even harder truth is, not everyone is ready to get better, be sober, do the work, use their tools, or face their issues. And not everybody can. I learned that truth from clinical psychologist Dr. Nicole LaPerla's work. She's known online to her millions of followers as the holistic psychologist. And every day her work reminds me that healing is a deeply personal journey. As much as you may love someone and believe in them and would do anything in the world to make their pain go away, you cannot want someone else's sobriety, healing, or health more than they do. The more you try to rescue someone from their problems, the more likely they will continue to drown in them. Allowing someone to face the natural consequences of their actions is a necessary part of healing, growing, and getting better. The fact is, adults only get better when they are ready to do the work. And you're going to be ready way before they are. It's harsh, but it's true. What we're going to talk about is there's a brand new approach to supporting someone through their struggles, which is grounded in the belief that someone can do the work to get better. And in order for that to happen, you have to stop assuming responsibility for doing the work for them. Before we get into what does the research say about how to show up and support in a way that's going to be effective, first, let's take a look at what happens when you assume responsibility for solving someone else's problems. Here are some examples. Let's say you loan your sibling money for the third time, even though they haven't paid you back the last two times. Or you keep paying for the car, the phone, and the rent for your adult kid who isn't working and doesn't really seem to be looking for work or all that motivated to look for work, but still has the time and the money to go out and party with their friends. And every time you ask, hey, how's the job search going? There's nothing but excuses and a request for some more money. And you keep giving it to them. You can't help it. I know, I've been there. Or your partner has let themselves go. So you just sign them up for the gym membership, even though they don't want it. And then they don't use it. But then you start resenting them because they're not doing anything and they're not accepting the help. And you're still trying to solve this. Or how about this one? You keep cleaning up after your messy roommate who refuses to do their share because you can't, quote, live in the mess. But you also can't seem to have a constructive conversation about it with them because cleaning up the mess is easier than being honest about what's not working with this person. Or you have a family member who refuses to get help for their addiction. And you know they're hiding their addiction from you. You know they're not honest. You think they're still using. And yet you're hiding what's going on from your friends, and you're not talking about it openly and getting the support that you need because you're trying to, quote, protect your family member. So you're not honest about what's actually going on in your life and getting the support that you deserve. And I struggle with the same stuff myself. I mean, this is really difficult to do. And it's very personal in terms of where is that line where you're solving the problems and you're overextending yourself versus standing back and offering support to somebody who wants it. I have to constantly remind myself that it's not my responsibility to save people from themselves, even when I'm related to them. And here's something that's really helped me to be honest with myself and to call myself out. It's asking, what is the problem that I'm trying to solve? Like, I want you to think about somebody who you feel like you are really worried about. You're either paying for parts of their life or you're trying to motivate them. What is your problem to solve? Is it the financial situation? Is it sobriety? Is it the lack of interest in school? What is your problem to solve? Your responsibility. And here's what I've discovered about myself is that oftentimes I've made it my problem to solve other people's problems because I don't like how uncomfortable I feel when I'm worrying about somebody. And so I can just make this go away. I can make myself feel better. I can make myself feel like not as worried if I pay for something or if I avoid the conversation. That's easier than taking a step back and reminding myself at some point, this person is going to have to find the strength within themselves to step up and face the issues in their life. And when they do so, I will be here by their side. But in the meantime, I got to take a step back and let them. And so it is helpful. Ask yourself, what is the problem you're trying to solve? Because in life, there's lots of problems, but most of them are not your responsibility to solve. And often when you step across that line and you try to make somebody else's problem go away, you make the situation worse. And you may be thinking, how can I be making the situation worse, Mel? It's already terrible. They're already unmotivated. They're already spiraling. They're already struggling. How is my help making the situation worse? It's the exact question to ask. It's the right thing to grapple with. And so I've grappled with the same thing, which is why I want to turn to two world-renowned experts who were part of the research that we did in writing the Let Them theory. This is in the chapter titled, The More You Rescue, the More They Sink. I'm reading from page 231. The section begins, Let People Learn from Life. Dr. Robert Waldinger is a practicing psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, as well as a clinical professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. He also leads the Harvard Study of Adult Development, one of the most extensive and long-standing research projects on adult life. Dr. Waldinger addressed this specifically when I talked to him. He said, let people learn from life. Don't shield them from the consequences of what they choose. If somebody says, I really don't want to get a job. Okay, well, how are you going to pay your rent? There are a lot of things we can do to help people meet the challenges of life by not shielding them from the challenges of life. This often happens in the realm of addiction with loved ones. We have to let people deal with the pain of losing a job or losing a partner because they're addicted to some substance. Don't try to run in and make it all better. When we let people face the real world consequences of the choices they make, they hopefully learn from them. Maybe they need to spend a night in jail. Maybe they need to lose their job or their license or their family. Maybe you need to take them out of college. Maybe they need to live with you because they need family around them. Maybe they're just so far gone, they are going to be homeless. And it's not just in the most extreme cases like addiction and severe mental illness. This same principle applies when someone is struggling with homesickness, anxiety, or self-doubt. Dr. Luana Marquez, a clinical psychologist and lecturer at Harvard Medical School, told me that avoidance is a habit and coping mechanism that is very common when someone is confronted. Your loved one is going to avoid situations, conversations, or behavior changes that feel hard. It's human nature to reach for what feels easy, and to move away from what you're facing that is difficult, whether that's going back to school or looking for a job or maintaining your sobriety or asking for help or filing for bankruptcy or filing for divorce. It's important to embrace the facts here so you can approach this from a rational and science-backed method. Stop avoiding the problem. Stop solving their problems and let them learn from life. The fact is, helping takes two people. The person giving the help, that's you, and the person accepting the help. If you're giving someone help and they're not accepting it, it flips from helping to enabling because you're the one doing all the work. They're not an active participant in solving their problems anymore. You're the one solving it, and that's what makes it enabling rather than help. So if you know that helping takes two people and someone's not accepting the help that you're giving, or they're not meeting the terms and conditions upon which you've been giving the money or the support, you need to say to yourself, let them struggle. Remember, people change when they're ready to change. And sometimes it takes people a very long time to change. Sometimes it takes someone going through a lot of painful experiences before they wake up and discover the strength within themselves. You're not responsible for rescuing people from their problems, so stop doing it. Let them learn from life. Understand the difference between supporting somebody and actually enabling them by solving their problems for them. It sounds harsh, but it's actually one of the most loving things that you can do, because you're also saying, I believe in your ability to do the work to change. I believe that when you're ready, you will change. And the second that you are ready to accept the help, I will be right there to give it to you. But in the meantime, I'm not responsible for solving your problems, and I'm going to let you learn from life. Let's jump into the third thing that you're not responsible for. You're not responsible for making people understand your choices. Let them misunderstand you. Let them think you're wrong, misguided, or strange. Let them think it's cringy, because you're not responsible for making people understand. You know, like I keep telling you, there's something in life that you will never be able to control, and that's other people. What they think, what they do, what they believe, whether or not they understand what's going on or they're questioning you. That means you cannot control what another person thinks about you, about what you're doing, about what you're wearing, about your career moves. You will never, ever, ever, ever be able to control that. So you got to learn how to let people think what they're going to think, and you got to learn how to let them misunderstand you. You know, I'm going to give you an example. The other day I was driving down this road. I'm up in New England. It's beautiful. I'm in this rural area. It's kind of like one of those highways in a rural area that's 2 lanes, 45 miles an hour. We're by a river, driving through the mountains. And suddenly, off in the distance, I see this person, and I'm like, what is that person doing? They're on the other side of the road. They're kind of coming toward me. I couldn't quite make out what they were doing. And as they got closer, I was like, oh my God, they're riding a unicycle. I kid you not. Sure enough, when I got close, there was this person riding a unicycle on the side of the highway, just like it's what everybody does. I have no idea why they were doing that. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. I had no idea why somebody would want to ride a unicycle down a highway. But you want to know what? I don't need to understand, because that person riding the unicycle down the highway in the middle of New England, they're living their best life. They're making a decision that made them happy. No one needs to understand them. No one needs to understand how they wake up in the morning and go, you know what? I think I'm going to ride my unicycle down the highway today. Don't you and I deserve to go through life like that, like our unicycle friend, knowing that it doesn't matter what other people think. I don't need to explain myself. My actions are self-explanatory. I'm doing what I feel like doing. And if somebody has a problem with that, let them. If somebody thinks I'm an idiot for riding a unicycle, let them. If somebody thinks it's kind of cool that I can balance like that on the side of a highway and just carry on in my happy way, let them. Because knowing that you're responsible for your choices is power. The only person the unicycle needed to make sense to was the guy riding it. So now let me turn it back to you and me. The only person your decisions need to make sense to is you. There is nothing that unicycle rider could have done to guarantee my approval or to guarantee that I'd understand what he was doing and where he was going and why he was riding a unicycle in the first place. And why should he be concerned about that? He should be concerned about the decisions that he's making. See, the things that you feel called to do, the changes that you want to make, the goals that you have, the things on your bucket list, the wishes that you hold in your heart, the modes of transportation that you want to go on, they're all for you. They're not for other people. They're not supposed to make sense to other people. Your dreams are for you. That's why other people don't understand them. I mean, can you imagine a world where you stop trying to make everyone else understand your choices? Where you stop making someone else's validation a requirement before you can do something? I really want you to think about that. Think about something that you want to do right now. Maybe it's something you've wanted to do for a while. I bet you're not doing it because you're afraid other people won't understand or support your decision. That's why you have to let them misunderstand you. And here's something that's really important to say. Oftentimes, what I've found is that when you make changes in your life, it's the people who are closest to you that don't understand why you're changing. We always love people from our point of view. So when your family or friends are questioning you and they don't understand you, they are questioning you from their point of view. They're loving you from their point of view. They're seeing your decision through their fears, their limits, their life experiences. So they're not reacting from your lens. They don't live inside your body, so they don't know what feels right for you. For example, if your grandmother or grandfather's never quit a job without a backup plan, when you go into business for yourself and you quit that job, that sounds reckless. They're trying to understand this from their experience. If they've never been in therapy, the second that you start to say, no, I'm not going to change my plans, you guys have fun with grandma, it's going to sound really cold. They've never walked away from a toxic breakup. So your breakup makes them start to consider something in their own relationship. They've never stopped drinking. Your sobriety seems like a threat. Like I've heard this over and over again, that when you're changing in your life, the people closest to you are often the least supportive. And you're going to want your partner to understand. You're going to want your parents to understand. You're going to want everybody in your life to get on board and be excited about your new morning routine, or the fact that you want to become an influencer, that you're going to change your marriage, you're going to get divorced, or you're going to move to a different country. You want them to support that you're becoming vegan. But what do they do instead? They make snide remarks because they don't understand it. And it's not fair, but that's what they do. Here's another example. Like maybe you're thinking about going back to school, right? The kids are gone. You want to go back to school, but all you're getting are questions. Well, how are you going to manage it? How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to feel being the oldest or the youngest person in that classroom? Really? You've been out of school for a long time. I mean, it's kind of cool, but isn't that a lot? That's why it's critical for you to understand it's not your responsibility to make people understand what you're doing. In fact, I want you to expect as your friend that they're not going to understand it because they're not doing it. You're the one doing it. And I want to give you a few more real life examples because it is so liberating to just go through life and let people misunderstand you and just assume that they are, right? Like when you move out of town and you want a fresh start, your friends are going to go, well, why are you leaving? Like, we just all moved here. Oh my gosh, so-and-so's moving it. Why are you leaving? And you explain it 10 different ways, hoping one's going to click and it never does. It's a waste of your energy. Here's the answer. I'm moving because I'm moving. Let them misunderstand. You don't owe anybody an explanation, especially if it makes you miserable constantly trying to explain yourself. Or let's say you do leave your job to go launch your business. It's been a dream of yours for years. And your parents, oh my God, they cannot stop talking about security and benefits and how's this going to work? And so you sit them down and then you're getting a lecture about the economy and all the changes. And you try to walk them through your plan again and again and again, and they don't get it. Or you decide to not have a traditional wedding. And oh my God, you got to spend weeks explaining to your grandmother why you're not doing the big wedding, why you're not wearing white, why you're not inviting 200 people. Grandma had this vision about how it was all going to go. Let her misunderstand. Send her the invite. Let her complain to somebody else. Or here's a big one. You choose not to have children. Every holiday, like clockwork, somebody has to ask. So, you think you're going to change your mind? As if I've decided not to have children is not a respectable answer? You are not responsible for explaining yourself to people. You're not responsible for people understanding you. Let them misunderstand. Let them be confused. You're responsible for knowing what's right for you. You're responsible for making decisions you can live with. You're responsible for trusting yourself enough that someone's confusion doesn't shake your clarity. You're responsible for letting other people be uncomfortable with your choices and choosing them anyway, because they are going to be uncomfortable. You're the one who's doing it for the first time. Own that. All it takes is one person in a family to break the mold. All it takes is one person to do something different. And mark my words, you ready for the really annoying thing? 2 years from now, everybody that questioned your decision to start that business is going to be bragging about your new business. 3 years from now, your sober lifestyle has inspired a ton of your friends and a ton of new friends. And you were the one who took responsibility for making choices that you understand and making choices that make you happy instead of worrying about explaining it to everybody else. And I want to dive into the research here because this is really important. Harvard University's Dr. Nicholas Epley and colleagues of his did research on how people understand each other. And guess what? They don't. They don't. In a study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, he and his fellow researchers found something fascinating. Even when people genuinely try to understand your viewpoint, their own perspective gets in the way. I mean, it's common sense, right? They can't help but filter everything through their own experiences, biases, and assumptions. They see you as the guy in the unicycle. What kind of an idiot goes down the highway on a unicycle when you could drive a car or ride a bike? That means you can explain yourself until you're blue in the face. But no one will ever fully get you. And you can't control whether or not they ever do. So what does this mean? This means whatever their assumptions and worries are about what you're doing, that's not your job to manage. Save your energy for living your life, not defending it. Let them be confused. And let me be clear. Let them question me. And let me just stand firm in a simple answer. Let them have their opinions and let me have my boundaries. Let them disagree. Let me keep going. Let them not get it. Let me stop explaining myself. Let them talk. Let me live. And the fourth thing you're not responsible for. You are not responsible for proving your worth. Let them underestimate you. I know you think, well, Mel, but if everybody likes me and sees my value, then I'm good. Like me, you've been getting it all backwards. You think self-worth comes from everybody else liking you. It's actually the opposite. Self-worth comes from you liking who you already are. That's the real success in life. Liking yourself. Being okay with yourself is the key to showing up, getting things done, and building the life that you want. It's everything. That's why understanding that you're not responsible for other people seeing your value or other people liking you, this might be the most important thing that you hear me say today. Now, this might sound kind of similar to number 3. You know, number 3 was it's not your responsibility to make other people understand your decisions. But there's a very crucial difference between wanting people to understand the choices that you make and needing people to validate your worth. I want to read to you again from the Let Them theory because I dedicate an entire section in the book to using the theory to stop giving people power and to stop seeking your worth and other people's opinions. This is on page 79 in a chapter titled, Let Them Think Bad Thoughts About You. The truth is, people will have negative opinions about you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do to change this fact. When you allow your fear of what other people think to stop you from doing what you want to do, you become a prisoner to other people's opinions. This fear impacts every aspect of your life. It makes you procrastinate. It makes you doubt yourself and question your worth. It can paralyze you with perfectionism. It's the reason why you overthink. This is where that ends. It's time to give people the freedom to think what they want. Let them. And it's time to set yourself free and let me make the small moves boldly and unapologetically that over time transform your life. See, you're wasting too much of your life and your time trying to get other people to see your worth. And I'm not just talking about strangers here. I'm talking about people you know, your friends, your family, your high school classmates that are on social media and you haven't seen them in person in 15 years. You're worried about what they think. Your old boss who never considered you for a promotion, even though you worked your tail off. You post something on Instagram that you're proud of. 2 seconds later, you're checking to see if somebody else liked it, which means that you're worthy. You finally launched the thing you've been dreaming of, and all you can think about is who's not clapping, who's rolling their eyes, who's still not impressed. So what do? You shrink. You stop moving forward. You question whether or not you should. You question your worth because of what other people think and do. Here's some other examples. Maybe you don't invite people over to your house because you're afraid that they're going to see the pile of laundry on the couch or the full sink of dishes, or that your furniture is a mismatch of things that have been passed down and it doesn't really look like an Instagram post. Or maybe you devalue yourself because you go out of your way to impress your partner's family, even if it means acting like someone you're not, as if there's something wrong with you. And look, there's nothing wrong with wanting other people to like you. But when you change who you are in order to get the acceptance, that's the problem. That's why it's not your responsibility to have other people see your worth. You have to see it first. If you've ever abandoned a hobby or a personal project or anything that brings you joy because somebody questioned you about it or teased your ambition, or you felt embarrassed to tell people that scrapbooking is your obsession, that's you devaluing yourself. That's you putting your worth in somebody else's opinion. If you're a business owner and you underprice your products, or you give your services at a lower value, or worse, you give discounts to people that you know because you feel like they're not going to see your true worth, and somehow you value the friendship over the value of the service. You've done this. You've given free interior design services. You've helped somebody with their social media. You've given people legal advice or real estate advice. How many hours did you sit with a friend and guide them through the IEP process, even though you work in this area of assessing kids for learning disabilities? Don't do that. And so let me read to you from the let them theory, because learning how to let people think bad thoughts about you, learning to let people not like you, learning to let people not see your value and not twist yourself in half trying to prove it to people, this will change your life. I'm reading from page 84 in the section, Let Them Think Bad Thoughts About You. I'm sure you struggle with the same fear I used to when it comes to putting yourself out there. Whether it's your business, your art, your music, your videos, or posting a photo of yourself in a bathing suit. When you censor yourself because of other people's opinions, you devalue your own worth. And that's why you cover up your acne and insist on standing on your good side in every photo. You're devaluing yourself as you are. And this is the same reason why you don't speak up in meetings. Or online, you're afraid to look bad. And at work, you're afraid to sound bad. You're afraid of what other people will think if they see or hear the real you, because you place more value on what they think than on what you think of yourself. And every time you edit a post, or you stay silent in class or at work, or you hide in the back of a group photo, you know what you're engaging in? Self-rejection. That's what's happening. And it's subtle, but it's true. Because you're the one telling yourself you're not good enough as you are. You're the one who doesn't see your own value. The constant questioning, editing, deleting, overthinking, asking other people, does this look good? It only magnifies your self-doubt because you're the one questioning your worth. And most advice on this topic sucks. Most people tell you to just stop caring about what other people think, but no one tells you how. It's time for a new approach. This is where the let them theory helps you squash this fear once and for all. Give people the freedom to think negative thoughts about you. Let people not see your worth. This is a radically beautiful idea that will unlock your confidence. It will free your self-expression and catapult you into a whole new chapter of your life. Give people the freedom to think something negative about you. Let them. Because until you can let people think something negative about you, you're going to have trouble thinking positive about yourself. Because you've been so busy managing what other people think. How could you value what you think about yourself? Here's what you are responsible for. Instead of wasting all your time on them, focus on yourself. You're responsible for recognizing your own value, even when other people don't. You're responsible for building your dreams, your career, your life, not to impress other people, but in order to impress yourself, to fulfill yourself, to live your life in a way that makes you proud. That's how you feel worthy. You're responsible for showing up with integrity, consistency, and effort, not because you owe it to anybody else, but because you deserve to be proud of the way you live. In fact, you owe it to yourself. And in case you're not convinced yet, just check out this research. Researcher Christopher Sarasoli and his team with the Group for Organizational Effectiveness analyzed over 100 studies on motivation, and then they published what they found in Motivation and Emotion. They looked at 108 studies altogether, tens of thousands of people, tracking how feeling capable, connected, and in control affects performance in the real world. Now, it turns out when you're motivated from the inside, meaning you're motivated to do better for you, you do better, way better. Quality goes way up. When you tie your performance, on the other hand, to things outside of you, like cash or praise or approval from somebody else, that light and that fire within you, it starts to dim. You got to see it for you. Let them not see it. That's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is you seeing it and acting accordingly. And according to research by Dr. Kristen Neff of the University of Texas, this was published in Self and Identity. The more you tie your self-worth to external validation, to other people's opinions, to what other people think about you, the more emotionally unstable you become. Holy smokes. Turns out people who rely on internal sources of self-worth, people who see their value as stable and not dependent on praise from the outside or criticism, you're more resilient, you're less anxious, and over time, way more successful. See, the secret isn't getting more applause. It's caring less about who's clapping. And as long as you're clapping for yourself, you're winning. Let them talk behind my back. Let me build something I can be proud of. Let them doubt me. Let me keep showing up because I'm showing up for me. I'm not showing up for these people that might clap, might not. Who cares? I'm clapping. Let them think I'm not enough. Let me know I am. And the proof is in how I show up, because I show up for me. So let this conversation today be your wake-up call. You're in charge. And this realization is not a condemnation, it's a liberation. I mean, isn't it incredible to know that you're not responsible for other people? You're not responsible for their happiness. You're not responsible for solving their problems. You're not responsible for making them understand. And you're certainly not responsible for forcing them to see your worth. You're responsible for you. Isn't it incredible to know that others can't affect you and waste your time the way that they have, in my case, for decades? Isn't it liberating to know that people can say and do what they want? They can make fun, they can doubt, and you're going to be unbothered? How amazing is it that you get to be in control? How unbelievable that you get to choose what you're going to pour your time and energy into, what you get to say yes to and what you get to say no to. Taking back your power means reclaiming responsibility for your life. It means demanding more of yourself because time is ticking. And like me, you've wasted enough of it worrying about things that don't matter and taking responsibility for things that were never yours to manage. And it means being laser focused on the things you can control and not giving a single second to the things that you can't and that were never your problem to begin with. And in case no one else tells you, as your friend, I wanted to be sure to tell you that I love you and I believe in your ability to create a better life. And the second you start using everything we talked about to stop taking responsibility for things that were never yours to manage, I promise you, my friend, your life is going to get so much better.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way.